The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative and first of all safe. My smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment. Effective, safe and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our afternoon session. First of all, I would like to thank you for coming, for joining us in this educational session that tries to bring some recommendations how to connect business and science, how to educate entrepreneurship, how to make students more entrepreneurial so that the society, the country can use the entrepreneurial spirit, can use and benefit from their creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Faculty of Management at the University of Economics in Katowice, a few years ago, when we asked the students, who do you want to be? Where do you want to work? 87% said we want to work for the corporation. Only a few percent said, yes, I would like to be an entrepreneur, I would like to start my own company, I would like to go on my own, I would like to be autonomous in the marketplace. The reasons they indicated, of course, was the fear of failure, lack of money, also the instability and the lack of financial safety. But otherwise, at the same time, we noticed that all of our students are very, very creative. And they come with a lot of great ideas that if we thought, wow, if that would be the product or service of the future, we could be the winners. So today's sessions tries to look at the link between the creative ideas from the students and overcoming the obstacles that stop them from starting up, that stop them from being the entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a wonderful international session, and let me introduce our guests, our panelists, and see how the power of networking, how much it matters. They only came for ESOF, for this day to Katowice, so I think you can all give them a warm applause now. Thank you. So starting from my right side, Professor Pedro Maranha from the University of Coimbra, the oldest and the most significant university of Portugal. And he has been working for years with entrepreneurs. He has been teaching entrepreneurship to students and turning vast majority of them into successful entrepreneurs and start-uppers. He is himself an entrepreneur, so he knows how to do it. He can connect the practice with science in reality. And Pedro is also the member of the Prime Networking. Actually, all people here are linked by this network. Prime Networking is the one that started at our university more than 20 years ago to build a network of universities from all over Europe that using project-based learning actually prepare students to be more entrepreneurial, more project-oriented and use the ideas in the real world. So that's how we all met, and I think I can call all of them my friends. So Pedro, welcome to Katowice. It's your third time, I understand, and fourth time, sorry. I'm very happy you are here. Then we have Regina Szaliński. Regina is also a very experienced teacher, not only in entrepreneurship, but she is using and practicing very modern methods for teaching. She has been presenting them at the University of Brandenburg for many years. She has been organizing the didactic forum, where in the times when science matters, actually she is the leader of introducing some innovative teaching methods, teaching ideas to make, again, students more entrepreneurial in this world. Brandenburg, Germany, but also Prime Networking. Next year, Regina will be co-organizing the International Week, the Euro Week, for the students. And we would like to hear, Regina, from you about your expertise, about your experience. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We have Kamil Kawecki. He is a general director of the Proventus Foundation, a successful start-upper, and also a person who has different perspectives, because Kamil was our graduate. He also graduated from the PhD studies at the University of Economics in Katowice, so he went through the whole chain of education, and now he's looking at the education from the other side, and we will ask Kamil what are the challenges for the universities to prepare students, and how he, as a manager, as director, oversees these things that we as teachers are kind of diving in every day. So thank you, Kamil, and we are expecting some fruitful insights from you. And I would like to welcome Cosmin Gruescu, University of Lille, Université de Lille, France. And Cosmin is actually preparing teaching engineers, people involved in engineering, in materials, in recycling, in new technologies. So if you think engineers, you might think, yes, these are the people closed in the labs. But one of the Cosmin's great success is linking the new technology in the engineering thinking with the business thinking. And also, we would like to hear about this experience from you. Okay, so once again, welcome everybody to the session. My name is Wojciech Dyduch. I'm the head of Department of Entrepreneurship at the University of Economics in Katowice. And thank you to our great audience. I think we will do our best to make this session fruitful. Don't sit so peaceful, because at the end, I hope the time allows, we would ask you to give your opinions, your insight about how to make creative students more prepared to start up, to have the entrepreneurial career, not just go and work for corporations. Thank you, Isof. Thank you for it. We are supposed to have one more person, Dr. Iza Kozłowska, who is also a very successful startupper. She's running now a fintech startup in Katowice. Unfortunately, due to some health problems, she couldn't be here with us. But if she is connected, we say hello to Isa and send regards to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first round of questions, the first round of issue that we would like to tackle is: what are the challenges? What are the things, the issues, the obstacles that we as teachers have? Maybe it's not us, the teachers, maybe it's the system, maybe it's the university, maybe it's the costs of living, maybe some other stuff that stops students from becoming entrepreneurs. Why is this just a few percent that says, yes, I want to start my own company? Why it's not like 90% who says, no, I don't want to go for corpo, I want to go on my own? What do you think? Maybe I'll start with Kamil, who has both perspectives, one of the students, one of the graduates, and one of the managers. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. So, about the challenges we're facing right now, I can speak from both perspectives, as you said. First of all, I think for students is the fear that actually we're only being taught theoretical parts of management, of entrepreneurship. And as we are all entrepreneurs at the beginning, because as we're discussing before, even managing your home budget is actually being entrepreneur, students in our universities actually, I think, lack the insight, knowledge from the experts, because we are being taught theoretical part of the entrepreneurship. But what about practice? From my perspective, there are only few experts invited into universities that actually give you a feedback about how the companies work. And as the professor mentioned, 87% of people want to work for a corporation. I think it's because of fear. It's because during these 3 years or even 5 years of studying, there is actually no one that will come to university and tell you that you can actually do it, that it's not rocket science to run an enterprise, that you don't need to be Bill Gates all of a sudden. You can run a small company and like a startup and see how it goes. So I think the biggest challenge for universities right now is to actually combine theory with practice, with practical knowledge, to show our students how do we do it, and the idea that the things we teach them, the theory that we teach them, actually works in real life, in real business. That's I think, the biggest challenge universities has to outcome to get more students to be entrepreneurs in the first place.
Thank you very much. Actually, when you look how many of the students have the positive insight into entrepreneurship, many of them would like to try, but as Kamil said, many of them are afraid. Yes, I will fail. Yes, I will not have money in the first 2-3 years, and maybe something bad will happen, and so on and so on. But also, if we compare it with the data from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor that our university is also partnering with, they do a research on entrepreneurship level every year. And it seems that since 2014, the Polish economy turned from the necessity-based entrepreneurship. I start my company because I have to, because I was fired, because I have no other way to go, I have no means for living, and so on, to opportunity-based entrepreneurship. I start my company because I have a great idea. I would like to start my company because I have some extra funds. I would like to start up my company to leave the footprint in this world, in this earth. But the obstacles are there, so one insight is that we should have more theory connected with more practice at the same time. When I was talking to Isa before the panel, the lady who was supposed to be here, she told me, yes, from my perspective, the universities in Poland are preparing students very well for the corporation work. The business process management, yes. The project management, perfect. Rules and procedures and all the stuff that you are required in the corporation, they are preparing you for that. But they are not perfect in showing you the world that it's not stable, that someday you are facing the challenge to survive and to maybe totally do something else from day 1 to day 2. How these things look in Portugal? Are the students in Portugal more entrepreneurial? The highest percentage wants to be autonomous or not? Pedro, what do you think?
Okay, thank you very much. As my beginning of speech, I must correct what you said, that I have a lot of students who are successful entrepreneurs in the majority and so on. This is impossible. Because, so to answer you immediately, it's the same in Portugal. Precisely the same. I'm an expert of GEM studies, research. I have a look before, our countries are very similar now on entrepreneurship. The topics, we need the number of figures and so on, we are very close together. But we are teaching undergraduate students, and it's impossible that undergraduate students want to be entrepreneur, the majority. Because, at my point of view, to be entrepreneur, it's not easy. It's very hard to be entrepreneur. So, in my point of view, we have two goals to achieve with the students. One is training attitudes and abilities. The second one, and it's of course the main goal, if we achieve that, it's then they create a company, a startup. This is very good when it happens. But look, entrepreneurship is a long run, it's a long-term process. And of course, I met some students later on, some years later, and they became entrepreneurs. So, but not as a result, or not an immediately result in the school. Okay? What I mean to teach into, say, attitudes and abilities, okay, my point of view is also that what we should transmit to the students first is that entrepreneurship is a process. it's not teaching individual student to prepare him to be entrepreneur. It's a process. We must show them that this is hard, this is difficult, and it's a process. The second one is the main speech is that you can do it. You will do it if you like to be it. Because we don't born entrepreneur. We learn to be entrepreneur. I created my first company when I was 18 years old, and I'm still running this company, a small consultant company for projects and studies and research. And I still have it. I created it when I was 18, when I was a student. But it's not easy. I keep it, but it's not easy. So the third thing to say to the students, and to get on this process of first outcome to give attitudes and abilities, for me, the third thing is, okay, there are techniques in business management, there are tools, and there are knowledge that you must know. And this is the scientific process and management and that we must say to the students. Of course, I say sometimes that a company is made by your head, your heart, and your stomach, but also you must have knowledge and management knowledge. And we teach them some tools: business model canvas, business plan, readiness, innovation levels, everything, prototypes, minimum value product, and so on. So this we must give to the students. So it's not easy. I don't have the answer. Let me just say something more. I'm afraid that after COVID, the figures could be worse if we ask the students. I don't have data till now. I probably will ask next year's. But I feel that something changed a little bit. I cannot say what, but I'm afraid that now if we ask the question, the answers will be worse than on the previous times. So it's not easy.
Definitely not. Thank you, Pedro. It's already visible in the latest report from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor 2021, when the percentage of the entrepreneurial intents actually fell down slightly in 2020. Also, the young people, they claim they do not want to become entrepreneurs because they feel it's a bit harder than it used to be before the pandemics. So, of course, this is influencing their lives and this is influencing the attitudes. I really hope it's temporary and it will be on the ascent again. It will increase again. It is difficult. Entrepreneurship is a process and it's a difficult process, and I can only say that I feel that teaching or preparing students to be entrepreneurs, it's already way too late. Actually, I think we should have started much earlier, maybe on the level of primary schools or high schools, to include this kind of project-based learning, different projects to make the students more entrepreneurial much earlier than just on the study level. This is one point for a discussion. Maybe we can discuss it later on. Regina, I have found this data that in Poland you have around 23% of the companies that are innovative. The rest are just small businesses like shops, restaurants, cafes, and so on and so on. In Germany, it's quite the opposite. More than 70% of companies are innovative, introducing new creative ideas into being, and only 20-something are the small businesses. How do you do it? How do you make it so high, this ratio? How do you make the students more entrepreneurial?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. When we talk about teaching and innovation, so I might relate to my own experiences from, I teach and I've worked for the Brandenburg University of Applied Sciences for quite some time. And there are sessions integrated into curriculum about for example, design thinking about creativity in the different disciplines for engineers, for business students. I wouldn't dare to say that this goes one-to-one from the session to the to setting up or starting up a business, but it's in the curriculum. So project-based learning is especially applied universities are very much into project-based learning. And listening to what was said before, I think project-based learning is a nice opportunity to learn, to network, to create your own ideas, to implement them, but it's not automatically leading to entrepreneurship, because it's what you said before, it's a process that has a lot to do with personality, is relating to what you said. There is fear, and when you look at being an entrepreneur and you use your analytical skills and you see the numbers of failures, it might be a wise decision to say, maybe I would like to work for a corporation because there is failure. And so you need more than a good idea, you need the knowledge to put it into practice, but you need also, I wouldn't say it's personality, because it's also competence you can develop. Otherwise, we wouldn't think about entrepreneurial education. But you need more to that. And to stimulate innovation, to stimulate creativity is one thing. The other thing is also part of the culture. I don't know about Poland, but Germany is not very famous to deal very well with failure. And when you start to be an entrepreneur, there's always the chance that you might fail. And then it's really the whole personality has failed. And this might also prevent a lot of people to even start it, to give it a trial. And the more bureaucracy you have, the more difficult it might be to even overcome this fear. So starting smaller, going through the process, developing a personality, and you need a lot of stamina and endurance. And when you mentioned that now there is a change from necessity-based entrepreneurship or starting the business to more opportunity-based, I'm very happy about that, because those people might have the stamina to go through when they have the knowledge, the competences. So we'll see. Maybe it didn't really answer your question how we put the numbers up for innovation, but it's in the curriculum to start with ideas, to put ideas into innovative business models.
Thanks a lot. And you have also answered the question I didn't ask, namely the two models, the European and the American model for failure. In Europe, we have this tendency that either you are successful or you fail on all areas and you are done. While in America, there is this notion of second chance. You fail, okay, but you learned something and you always want to, and you can try to start again. And this is your another chance, and maybe you can use yet another one. Like in the Japanese saying, if life knocked you down for the 7th times, get up for the 8th one. I would like to now go to France and ask Cosmin about your thoughts on the challenges and problems in educating entrepreneurs, especially in the engineering part.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to begin, because we spoke this morning around the coffee with Camille and with Magda and Agnieszka. We spoke, in my opinion, there are two kinds of entrepreneurs. We have those who don't have fear, who, even if they are young, they have a nice idea in their head and they start a business. Even if it fails, they will find the way to go further, to change, I don't know. And almost in all the situations, they will be successful in their future professional life. And on the other side, you have those who were trained at school. Okay, you have to develop a business, you have to do a lot of things. You need an idea, then you have to use this idea to create prototypes. Then you have to to find those people who will trust you, who will finance your business, etc., etc. And their approach is much more structured, and I think they also have chances to be successful because things were sought a lot of times, and everything was planned correctly before. So this is a second category of entrepreneurs for me. But you addressed me a question. What about in France? I searched in my mind since many days. I try to find examples of students who have good businesses developed, and I only can find a lot of students who work in very good companies and so on. So finally, this history of 87% of the students don't want to develop a business after their studies. It's the same tendency in Western countries. They are not really ready immediately. Only those who are a little bit, they just want to do something and they don't care what this will give. But this percentage is very small. But on the other side, now I go back to the second category we spoke about, those who learn at school how to develop a profitable business, etc., etc. The problem with these ones is that we live in a very evolving society. You spoke about COVID, but it's not only this. Today, well, I'm an engineer, so it's not my field, but I know that we also have to do marketing studies in order to identify the right category of the people who will buy our product and things like this. But today the marketing can be done also by using social media. But this is something new. No one had the time to write in books what's the approach to follow. You have to adapt, because a few years before people were using Facebook. Now my students are saying, what's Facebook, sir? This is for old people, and so on. So things are going so quickly, not only on technical points like marketing, but even, if you develop a prototype, you need to realize it somehow, okay? And this is my work, to learn to students how to realize products, how to design them. But there you have also a lot of new things, a lot of evolution. We were used to produce, let's say, mechanical parts by machining and things like this. Nowadays you have 3D printing. Even this, it's already a little bit in the past. They still develop new methods of producing and so on. So things are going so quickly that you really don't have the time at school to learn everything. And the only thing you can do, or the only message which you can transmit to the students is try to adapt yourself. You have to form them to adapt themselves to this moving society. And if they are able to do this, then they can create profitable business. But this will not be immediate. They will not be able, as you said, Pedro, at the end of their 3, 4, 5 years of studies, they don't have enough experience. So they need to practice, maybe in a company, for a few years. And some of them can adopt maybe this mixed approach, trying to develop a small company, but in parallel, just to be sure that they have a salary at the end of the month, they will still keep a job in a company, try to win a little money and so on. So in case their business is not good, then they are a little bit saved. And before I let the microphone to the other colleagues, one more thing. We don't have to forget something which is very important, because we go back to the theory, to the school. Before we spoke, the students were told you have to develop a business model, a business plan, and so on. But these economical models today are also completely, I don't know how to say, you cannot learn anymore what means a business model, because the things are changing so quickly. We speak a lot about circular economy and so on. So I just want to point that it doesn't matter how we do and on which way we decide to follow. We have to think about the environment and to consider this if it's possible, because this is really important for our planet. I think people will be more and more careful to environmental impacts and things like this, and this must be also a point which entrepreneurs should really consider if they want to have a profitable business or to develop an interesting idea.
Thank you, Cosmin. So we are arriving at very important conclusions. Entrepreneurship is difficult, entrepreneurship is a process, and perhaps the graduates should not be immediately the entrepreneurs. Maybe they should work for a company for a year or two and have someone like a business assistant to lead them through the managerial perspective, and then when they are ready, maybe then they could successfully start up. Who knows? It's also a question for you, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss it later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was our first round of the so-called complaining session. What are the challenges? What are the problems? What are the issues? It is hard, difficult, and oh. So let's move to the optimistic side of life. And in the second round, I would like to ask our distinguished guests about their experiences and best practices for teaching entrepreneurship, or maybe to be more precise after the first session, to develop the competences needed to start up, needed to be independent in the marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, I started my introduction saying that we know each other from the Prime Networking. Prime Networking is organizing a very distinguished event called EuroWeek. EuroWeek is an international week for students, but it works like this. You have to form a team of 6 students, 2 from one country, another 2 from another country, and another 2 from yet another country. They first work online on a project, they do the research, they try to share ideas, but at the end they have to present the project, which is either a startup, a solution to the problem, or something creative. And I would like to ask my guests in this round about their experience with EuroWeek, or maybe with some other events or approaches to non-standard education that you think might help future entrepreneurs be less afraid of failure. Cosmin, if we go this way, would that be okay?
Okay, I will try to answer shortly. What can I say about EuroWeek? This is an excellent opportunity, effectively, for the students to try to understand that communication is very important, to try to understand that it doesn't matter on what they work. The idea is that when you are on the same project with people coming from other countries, you don't have the same mentality, the same ideas, and so on. So finally, at the end, you have to find an agreement. Even if you want to present your part the way you thought it, maybe you should adapt at the end in order that it fits with the entire presentation and things like this. So I think this is very important. It's the same for the entrepreneurs. They have to learn I don't know how to say, to deal with different suppliers, with different customers from different countries, from different regions, etc. So this is not easy. This must be also structured a little bit and developed in the courses at the university. And in what I'm concerned, I also have a second approach, which I'm lucky to be able to use, because I'm responsible of a vocational license, and the content, the pedagogical content of this license, we have a lot of freedom to adapt it with respect to the local industries. So if in my region, for instance, we have car industry which is very well developed, then I can bring in my courses people working in car industry, and they will explain to students their way of doing things and so on. So this is the so-called, this is one side. This is one point. And the other point is that together with these companies, also I had the opportunity to let my students work on projects which were directly proposed by those partners. So when the students know that their prototype will be used to something, they will be more engaged, more involved. They will spend extra time even after the classes and so on. They want this thing to be functional, to be working, because they know it will be useful to someone or to something. And if in addition you propose only theoretical projects, their motivation will be different. So I think it's really important to, if for those who have the opportunity to adopt this way of teaching, like pushing the students a little bit out of their comfort zone, because okay, the project is nice, it was proposed by a company and so on, but I also have to deal with delays. I tell them, now you have 2 weeks to finish. And in addition, I also apply sometimes something. I will go at the beginning, I will explain them, these are the technical specifications that your product must satisfy. And 10 days after, I just go and say, no, now things changed. You have to modify, you have to completely change. And they don't realize that they should not accept this. And finally, why do I do this? It's just to push them out of their limits, because at one moment it will be too late to still modify and change and so on, even if they have a lot of willingness to do this. And why I do this is just to make them understand that when you are in business, you have a client, he asked you a car with 4 wheels, then you write this on the paper, and the car will have 4 wheels, not 5, not 3. Because otherwise, at one moment, you risk to not be able to propose the product to your client, and then it's not good for your business. So this is why I change a lot the things which I ask to the students, just to let them understand that things must be fixed, written, and then even, okay, you can still improve and add new functionalities and things like this to the products, but it's at one moment you have to say stop, and you just have to keep at least what you decided at the beginning. Then if you have more time to add some extra functions, etc., then you do it, but otherwise, so this is why the way I'm trying to teach. I try to put the students face to real problems, to real projects. Hopefully we have partners who are ready to play this game, but well, this is my approach.
Thank you, Cosmin. And if I may mention, back in 2013, my students worked with Cosmin's students, and the engineering students had this great idea of producing the art jewelry out of the aluminum cans. So the cans from Coca-Cola or beer, whatever you have, turning into beautiful art. Our students, on the other hand, were responsible for doing the market research and business planning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could see this motivation in this team, if they did it in reality, I think it would be a very successful startup. So I think we have to think about it one day. Yeah. Regina, what are your experiences with EuroWeek or project-based learning on any other activity that enhances the students' motivation, optimism, and makes the fear of failure go away?
Yeah, thank you. I think EuroWeek is an excellent model for learning how to cooperate internationally, how to form a team, to go through all the deep and maybe dark phases of online cooperation. I'm very happy to see someone who survived being a student at the EuroWeek once upon the time. And I also participated in the EuroWeek in the last millennium, actually, when I was a student, and since then as a facilitator. I think for students, it's an opportunity to come up with an idea or to form their different ways of the same idea, learning to communicate, learning to understand the way of thinking, because as Cosmin mentioned, you have to deal with very different cultures, not only national cultures, but academic cultures as well. Students usually start from very different there are very different situations. Also, what is the academic meaning of the EuroWeek project? Usually it's an add-on. And when they finally see that cooperation works, they have learned quite a lot, which they also might need for being entrepreneurs. Again, I can't, unfortunately, say this might lead to entrepreneurship automatically, but they might gain some valuable competences in the process. And so going through the different steps of academic life, doing research together, developing a business model together, presenting that in front of an international audience are some quite crucial steps you also face when you pitch your idea to investors, possible investors. You also ask for other experiences. So because of our long network history, we also, actually it was Pedro's idea, but we developed the Coimbra Summer School on Entrepreneurship. We carried it out. The last session was during the pandemic, unfortunately online, because on-site it's a very charming activity. It's, as the name says, a summer school where we prepared students for becoming entrepreneurs, but on a very basic level. So more or less, and this I would like to add to the competences and personality you might need for entrepreneurial to become an entrepreneur, it's the mindset. So it was mainly to create a kind of mindset where you think about, okay, maybe if I have an idea which can solve a problem, and maybe when I find the right people, networking, because a lot of startups are also team startups, then I might think about becoming an entrepreneur. And the feedback from the students was very good in that sense.
Thanks a lot. I think especially this international perspective and meeting different people, different culture may open someone's eyes, which is very interesting experience and very valuable one for even if they don't want to become an entrepreneur, but still for the future professional life, it's, I think, very important. Thank you. Regina, what about you, Pedro? What are your insights, your experiences, good practice that you observe?
Okay, before answer your question, I will share with the audience something that I reminded this morning. I met Wojtek for the first time in EuroWeek 2002. So now it's 20 years we met. I'm not wrong. Yes, we met for the first time in Kavala 2002. You were a student. Okay, I'm a professor, very enthusiastic on entrepreneurship since a long time. And I took all the opportunities to put my students on this topic. So I'm there since 20 years, more or less, and we had a lot of different approaches on this type of experience. For example, EuroWeek is one of them. Regina told about this. This is a very good experience. What's new and good now is that people are working more international. That's new, that's good, that's very good for the students. I didn't have this opportunity at my time, so this is really good. We had this Coimbra Summer School as a special week that we promote entrepreneurship amongst different international students. It's also very, very nice. But I have experience on 3 more events that I stimulate my students to participate. We have in Portugal a contest that is already the 22 edition now. We call Poly Entrepreneurship, that we stimulate students to create different teams interdisciplinary. That's very important. So we stimulate them to go to the other faculties to create the team and to prepare a new idea in the business on different approaches. This is Poly Emprehend. Sometimes I'm part of the jury since a long time, and this goes well, and we have some good results on create companies after this participation. Some are new companies, new startups. We have another one that's called, promoted by international organization, by a ONG named Junior Achievement. Is there also in Poland, Junior Achievement? It begins on the United States, but it's all over the world. Junior Achievement works with entrepreneurship since the kids. since the primary school till the universities. And I also stimulate my students to participate on this contest. I was I was nominated the Professor of the Year in Portugal once, but I didn't win. So we were three professors. I think the guy who wins was the guy from Oporto, but I was really the professor because I stimulate my students to go there, you know. And the third one I test this year, it's something with engineers, but on the automotive sector, it's Formula One. It's also a worldwide contest for entrepreneurs between management and engineers. It's really interesting, that one. And finally, my experience on the support and besides, of course, the curricular experience, okay? On the curricular experience, we have some modules where we simulate real companies since the beginning till the first year of management. So during 1 year, the first semester, we create the business model and the idea. In the second semester, they run the company amongst them as suppliers and clients. And they are working on a ERP, simulating all the business. Okay? So we manage since the beginning till the first year of company. This is curricular experience. The third level of experience that I have is the incubation process. Okay, my institution participate on 3 incubators, 2 in Coimbra, 1 in the region, and we have good relations, and we have, of course, the doors open to our students. And then, if they create the company, they can go there, and we have the support. We support them, and so on. So this is when we achieve the series on the cake, and we have the company. We go to the incubators to support the new startups, and that's my experience. A lot of instruments or tools to promote and to stimulate, and some are not. I challenge my students, even if they are not in my modules, you know. I try to ask some people to, okay, let's go there, that's a good experience, let's go together, and we manage, and they are very, very happy to participate, of course.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when I ask my ex-students who decided to become entrepreneurs, what kind of products or services they are choosing to be the basis of their businesses, there is a large variety. I remember a guy who started a business that was about driving people home from the business parties. I remember one person who simply invented the skin for the icons of the smartphone. But also we have examples of a fintech startup, business process management company, and foundation that Kamil is running these days. Kamil, you are also participating in various international events as a student. Tell us, did this help you in your professional career? Did this wake up some entrepreneurial spirit, or you just were born with it and university maybe had a different role in your professional life? If you could share your experience with us.
Well, first of all, to begin with, I totally agree with Pedro that entrepreneurship needs to be taught and it's a process. But I also believe that you need to have something inside you that means you are an entrepreneur. Because even if you don't feel business, no matter how much we teach you, you actually won't be able maybe to manage it. From my perspective, first thing I would recommend for all the young students is to become the part of some student organization. I was a member of a student parliament for over 5 years, and what they taught me was the responsibility of having someone above me, that what is a process management, that sometimes there is a boss, sometimes you fail, like you told us, and in many situations you need to get up and maybe do it even better. And going further on to EuroWeek, because I had this great opportunity to be both student and later on an academic. So from my student perspective, it was a great idea. Actually, we had this team from France and from the girls from Belgium. And the idea was about fair trade products. We're so excited about it, and we decided to get the idea from the strategic management point of view. So we analyzed fair trade, where to get products, how to get a fair labor. We presented it during the audience, we made some inquiries, all this stuff. And actually we came second. What was shocked to us that the team that won actually brew beer from the fair trade products. They brought this beer with them and they showed the idea that they want to open a fair trade brewery inside, inside their home country. And it was a positive shock for us because actually you sit there and you suddenly understand that someone out there was the guy or a girl that saw the bigger picture. Something to think outside the box, right? And I think this is what entrepreneurship really means, to get this idea, this thing on a spot and actually go forward with it. And also what you said is, I think, most important as well, to connect people with entrepreneurship. Because in many situations, for example, like Google has this motto that we connect people with information. The way I see it from my point of view, also the foundation we run, we try to connect people with entrepreneurship. For example, specialists. In many situations, there are engineers, IT specialized guys or girls or people with good ideas who actually don't know how to run a company, but have a great idea. Why shouldn't they be cancelled from the entrepreneurship point of view? Why should they go to the corporation, give them the idea and be like a manager or some sort, right? So I think EuroWeek and all the other things our universities present to our students simply show that working together in a team is the most important thing we can do right now. Because, like you also mentioned, which is more, I think even most important right now, domestic markets are too small to actually run business. We need to see abroad. We need to see other countries. We need to see other people. In many situations, like you also mentioned, we work with people we don't like. When I was teaching students, first thing, because I was doing this case study method, like the Oxford method, first thing I was doing, I asked my students, which of you guys are your friends, get in groups, and then I separated them from the spot, because I told them, there is a possibility you will work with somebody you don't like. Maybe you have a contractor, maybe you have a coworker that is not your friend, and you need to be able to speak to them, to give orders, to execute something from them. And it's not always so easy that friends open a company. And the last thing I could say from my perspective, which I learned from our university, which I think is a great endeavor, actually Wojtek introduced me to, is this, it's Economic Olympics, am I calling it correctly? Olimpiada Ekonomiczna? Yeah, Economic Olympics is a great opportunity for young people from also Bartek, introduced me to, from people that are actually young in college, in high schools, and they get this opportunity to become an entrepreneur, to start working with some projects even pre-student. And I think this is a great opportunity for young people to actually open their minds into entrepreneurship, into business, showing them that these things don't bite, that actually it's not rocket science to come up with a project or business model, and give it a try. Because like you said, if we fail, it doesn't matter. But if we won't give it a try, then we fail from the start. So how about take a risk out there?
Thanks a lot for mentioning this. Yes, the All Polish Entrepreneurship Olympic Games, it's based on the knowledge tests. Well, tests are everywhere. But the second part is something very valuable for the students. They, again, have to prepare an idea for a business, and they have to present it in an elevator pitch of 2 minutes and to convince the committee of various experts and scientists that it's actually a viable idea and it can be a successful one. And Kamil, you also mentioned a very important thing, becoming a part of the organization. This is what we always tell students. You don't need the financial capital to start up The social capital is much more important in the beginning. So try to go on a conference like ESOF, like a EuroScience forum. Try to make contacts and try to already know your future partners, your future employers, or maybe people you will be running business with in a certain time in the future. All right, dear audience, are you having a good time? Thank you for confirming. Okay, we are about to reach the climax. The tension is there. After complaining first, and after sharing the best practices, we are about to end up with some recommendations for the young people, recommendations for the entrepreneurship educators, recommendations for all involved in the entrepreneurship education process. What to do? If you could, in a nutshell, tell me what, according to you, is the clue of the success behind entrepreneurial education, or if you want to tell me something else. Please, now it's the time to present your final conclusion before we ask ladies and gentlemen from the audience to also drop some interesting ideas from your side, from your experience. Cosmin, off you go.
Well, I'm trying to find a way to say it shortly. Of course, I'm an engineer, so for me, I will only give 2 keywords, but I keep the right to come back after Pedro and Regina, if necessary. I will say, okay, you have to. I think the technical part of a business is very, very important, and I will say sustainable innovation could be one of the points which are very, very important nowadays to be handled by someone who wants to create his own company and to lead it in a very, very changing society and market.
Well, from my perspective, I think, and I believe this is a necessity because of the demographic problems we're facing right now, is that universities should stay more open for business and actually invite business into the universities to show the students how the companies work, introduce them to real people, real businessmen, real entrepreneurs who actually will tell them, maybe not give them the idea how to create another Microsoft, but actually maybe give them hints, don't be afraid, like we said, or give them some ideas. In many situations, for example, the idea I caught up in the United States, how they teach on business majors, is for example, they give the students a problem. For example, I remember one case study, there was this problem with a mine. There was a mine in the middle of a town, and the students needed to team up in teams, and one team was about running the mine because of the places for people to work, but the other students were about from the ecological point of view. The third party was about the city, the taxation. And what I like from these classes is that the student actually understood that business is not black and white, that it's got some gray matter, and we all need to focus on many different aspects of business, of entrepreneurship, and maybe introducing business people into the universities might actually open these students some eyes and showing them that you can become one. Like you said, it's a process, but still, I think it's available, but we need to maybe open students' eyes a little bit, show them that these things don't bite, maybe that entrepreneurship is actually available for everyone who wants to give it a try.
Yeah, Wojtek, you mentioned to put it in a nutshell. So coconut is also a kind of a nut. I tried to do it shortly. When I was listening and thinking about the Coimbra Summer School, about EuroWeek, I thought one thing what universities can do is also to offer the chance to smell, to feel the spirit of entrepreneurs. And this is also what I would like to connect to what you said. To meet real people, but for example, when we visited the incubator in Coimbra, there is a special atmosphere which makes you feel like I want to be an entrepreneur, and maybe to get a little bit more of that in addition to the curriculum with entrepreneurial skills and so on, to overcome this fear for doing it, so things don't bite, you said, and somehow to create this wish or the thinking that I could do it. And I also would like to relate to dealing with problems, maybe a little bit more seeking for opportunities and trying to solve the problems, because at the moment we face so many problems, and maybe entrepreneurs can be a part of the solution. So it's not so much to create more requirements, because we have real problems to solve, and to give them this kind of self-confidence that they could be able as becoming a part of the solution. Maybe it's a big wish, it's a dream, but maybe universities can somehow support in this kind of entrepreneurial education.
Okay, so good and new ideas to foster these things on university. First, I agree with Camille. Open the school to the entrepreneurs, to the businessmen, to the companies and so on, and bring them to the school. Not just open, bring them to the school. And bring them and involve them, and something that it's quite a dream, that we can ask them to take risk with the school and support the students. For example, a small funding. Create a small fund with the school, and we give the students the money to run and to begin the startup. And they don't have to be fear, they just go. And the risk is shared with the companies. So a kind of seed capital, small seed capital, something like this. Two other more things that I think it's also good, for example, that we recognize the entrepreneurship universities. So a kind of official recognition by the state when a university is very productive on companies and on the startups and so on, maybe giving an award like an entrepreneurship university. So we know some figures, but we don't recognize and we don't promote it. For example, if I write a paper, I have a lot of rankings of papers. I never write a paper. So if I write a paper, I have a lot of rankings of papers, but I never saw a ranking of entrepreneurship universities and so on. So kind of ranking or something like that. Another one is to give students ECTS credits when they participate on this experience that I told. To promote them as a module, as a result, okay, we are making this effort, but at the end, the university gives them recognition on credits. That's what I fight a lot in the school, but I didn't, as I said, till now. Another thing is, and you mentioned that also, Camille, teachers who teach entrepreneurship or who are dealing with entrepreneurship should be more experienced on companies. And try to take people from that area more prepared and more with more experience on companies. I think it's also a good topic to increase that in our schools.
Thank you very much. We had a lovely nutshell, I think, and let's expand it now with the questions, comments, or best practices sharing from you, from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone is willing to, and I'm inviting you to raise your hand and share with us in this session how to educate entrepreneurship so that creative ideas can be really transferred into value. The floor is yours now. Anybody? Okay, first Bart and then Anna.
Okay, right. My name is Anna Adamus-Matuszyńska and I am from University of Economics and hoping a good colleague of Wojtek. Okay. Firstly, thank you very much for your discussion and for your point of view. It was very, very inspiring for me. And it's, you know, you were talking about entrepreneurship, but in fact, your discussion touches much broader meanings, has got much broader meanings, not only about entrepreneurship, but also about contemporary world, socio-economic world. So let me follow the Wojtek idea, negative point of view. Wojtek started referring to his research. 87% of students declare they wanted to work in corporation. Okay, negative point is, thanks God, because I would like some people work, you know, in industry, in corporations, in offices, to be clerks, servant, etc. Thanks God, only 13 could declare that they would like to have to run their own business. And I would be very glad if 2% of those 13 who declare to have their own business would be successful, okay? So, of course, I'm talking rather as a joke, but I don't think this data is bad, you know, it's just declaration. Okay, positive aspect is that when we looked to the past, I think that you agree with me that innovation usually appears during difficult time. So if we back to the beginning of 2000, in many countries, of course I'm considering Polish side, the situation 2010 and further was quite stable. And stability was a very important value. So that's why so many students declare, I want to work in corporation, because corporation gave stability, right? So they, exactly, right? But now, when we start talking about COVID, I mean pandemic, and now the tragic event which is happening in our eastern neighbors, the stability does not, you know, exist anymore. Now we live in very unstable time, and it seems to me that today many students, not only because of pandemic and not only because war in Ukraine, but also because of climate changes and climate crisis. If I speak to my students who are now 20, 21, they are really afraid of their future, lack of water, lack of fresh air, etc. It seems to me that unstable situation gives opportunity to be very, very creative. And have a look at your smartphone, how many applications you've got, and you uploaded this application during COVID. You know, I'm talking about myself, but I think that many of you have got the same experience. And my recommendation, following your pattern, is that it seems to me that Pedro said that it's not possible to teach to be entrepreneur, right? So what I try to do sometimes, you know, fail. I try to make students and to clarify that they should be flexible because life is changing. They should be open. Of course, I try to avoid saying they should be, okay, I'm just explaining. And be ready to take risk. So it seems to me that if we manage to clarify these three values, or I don't know whether they are values, it seems to me that they will be entrepreneur, you know, much, much more. So this is my remarks, and thank you very much for the discussion.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. To be precise, 87% said corporations, only 7% said I want to go on my own. The rest said I don't know. But you are right that if we had all people wanting to start up and nobody for the corporation, that wouldn't be good either. Yeah, what I was trying to say that still we have many wonderful creative students, but they don't want to start selling their ideas under their name. They prefer, for stability reasons, to work for somebody under the umbrella of the company with the name. Yeah. Thank you very much, and the microphone goes to Bart.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for joining Katowice this time and for arriving here. It was a pleasure to listen to you. I don't want to say that I'm getting older, but I'm definitely getting more experience. And from my experience, after being involved in the process of teaching entrepreneurship at the level of university and at the level of grammar school, and then being also involved in the process of helping some teachers who are supposed to teach entrepreneurship in the future. After 20 years, I realized that the most important part is not connected with teaching something extra, but it's about not destroying, not killing the spirit of entrepreneurship that quite often is somehow in those young people. And what I have experienced for a couple of times, and that was also rising from the answer that I received from the guys, from the young people, is that teachers, universities are actually killing the spirit of the entrepreneurship. So
But
from
not
my
us,
experience,
not us.
yeah, absolutely, not you, of course. But from my experience, and this is a kind of experience that I would like to share with all of you, and I will be also happy to hear some comments about that from you. The crucial issue is not about the teaching, it's about not killing the entrepreneurial mindset, not killing the entrepreneurial behaviors, postures, potential. And I think this is the crucial issue from my perspective. But maybe I'm wrong, so I will be happy to hear some of your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Well, it sounded like a good plot for a horror movie about the killing the entrepreneurial spirit in the cinemas this autumn. But
You know, from time to time I deal with TV, so
Yes, I
I have
know.
some experience.
I know, but if I may add to this, my experience is that actually it's not always about teaching, as you said, but sometimes it's about getting the managerial competences. I was very surprised when I arrived at university and I thought what everybody thinks, yeah, too much theory, yeah, where's the practical part? But then when I went to work after my graduation, I realized how many competences I actually got working under the time pressure, preparing hundreds of presentations in a very short time, communicating with others, and I was ready to fight for my budget with the director because I was able to present and convince him that my department is ready to spend all of it. And I was like, wow, so actually the presentation skills, communication skills, and all that time pressure work is something that I gained during the study time. This is also a very nice experience. Thanks a lot. I think we have time for one more question, comment, best practice sharing. Yes, thank you. If you could introduce yourself also to us.
Hello, my name is Omia Smolinska and I'm artist, I'm cellist. From my point of view, there is a lot of goals and things we can do in world to find a solution and make important things. And it's important to find this, to choose this most important, and to find the connection between what is important and what is interesting for us. And because I see there is a lot of things which we see as important, but it's so major or not joyful, so we are not choosing it. And the most important is to fix it as joyful, important, and when it's together, we don't feel and we are working. It's just a pleasure, and we don't feel that making change in ecology or things like that. We just doing with no costs. It's not something we have to resign for something. It's just the new way of doing it. So I wish all of us a joy.
Yes, thank you very much. This
Thank
is what we call the entrepreneurial well-being. If you do what you love,
Yes.
you will always treat it as your passion, as your hobby, not as a work or something that you should fear or be afraid of. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank
And artists are always very welcome, especially in the business world these days. Many companies, to boost creativity, they create the multifunctional teams with not just economists or business people, but also people from various disciplines, painters, musicians, just to get the spirit moving and just to get a different perspective we are all used to get out of our comfort zones and think out of the box. So thanks
Yes,
a lot.
thank you.
Just to complete, I'm sorry. Since you are an artist, I have to say this because for me, a way of pushing also the students a little bit farther than what is expected to be done, and to be sure that they will handle correctly the technical part of their work, I often propose them to create artistic objects, because in this way, everything they learned is not, how to say, clear anymore. So then they have to develop their creativity, they have to think differently, but finally choose the basic solutions which will help to realize this artistic object. And I think you have really an important part to, I mean, among the entrepreneurs, the artists occupy an important place. And I think you how to say, you are useful to the society. I have a colleague, well, how to say, we were friends before being colleagues, and he was somehow pushed by his parents to make technical studies, okay, but he could never finish this. He never had this diploma, and for a time we were, how to say, separate. We didn't met each other and so on, but finally we took contact a few years before. And this colleague of mine, his dream was to be an artist. But everything he did until a certain age, he did it because he wanted to satisfy his parents and so on. And finally one day he said, no, I will go and make this artistic studies faculty. He is in sculpture now, and he get his diploma, and he is an entrepreneur. So you see, that's as you say, people must love what they are doing. So when you do this, if you are an entrepreneur or not, then it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina?
Yes, I also would like to comment. I was very happy about your comment on that. And you delivered the message also with your whole being. So seeing the broad smile, it's very authentic. And especially since this was a comment after the killing of the entrepreneurial spirit, there's even more hope. And this is somehow also maybe a nice expression of what I meant. For example, when we visited the incubator in Coimbra with the students, this atmosphere, the spirit that you meet people who know what they are doing, they want to do it with their heart, with their brain, with the competences they've got. But it's something, it's also like a community. You want to belong to that, at least as long as you're there. And maybe that's what happens in school also with the little scientists. Kids are curious, so, and then they go to school, and sometimes they learn about all the obstacles and what they haven't thought about, and it's so difficult. And I guess that might be similar for becoming entrepreneurs. The more you learn, the more scared you are, and the more you are aware of failure. And maybe to get more of this atmosphere, to start with the small plans and to see, okay, there's an opportunity to solve a problem. And it's even fun doing it, and I can contribute. And if I don't have the competencies, maybe someone else has. And then you might find someone which wasn't your friend in the first place, but you could talk to that guy, and he has some competences, and you can build a team. And maybe to do step by step to go there, not naturally, but then to lead to that path to say, okay, that's a business model. And this is something we might go to the market to. Maybe it's a good way to nurture that little baby of entrepreneurial spirit.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Regina. And let me take this opportunity because we have the Katowice site ESOF conference. So let us all express our fortitude and happiness that this city is getting the title of the City of Science, because as all of you know, because you come from different universities, I may say that all of the universities here in Silesia have wonderful people, and they all sport this spirit of entrepreneurship. I don't talk about the structures. I don't talk about some obstacles that come from the fact that we are public universities. We have great people, and the spirit of entrepreneurship is there, and you can feel the organizational climate in a very positive way. So let me end up with a poem, a short one. As wonderful as you are, let's move the discussion to the couloir. I would like to thank the panelists, Pedro Maragna, Regina Szaliński, Kamil Kawecki, and Kozmin Gruescu, moderating for you, Wojciech Dydu. Thank you very much. Thank you for the fruitful time with everybody. Thanks. And take the opportunity at the coffee time. Our guests are yours. Once again, I would like to mention that we wanted to make this session international. We invited guests from our friend universities, and they responded immediately. They told me yesterday, you ask me and I come. So thank you very much for this. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And thank you for the time with us. Thank you.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
This place, that'll rock this place, that'll rock this place, rock this place, rock this place, rock this
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative and first of all safe. My smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment. Effective, safe and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So, good afternoon to those of you who are here, but mostly to those of us who are online with us today. Welcome to the panel, Cyber Challenges in the 21st Century. And thanks to the organizers for having us today. It's a big pleasure. And the idea for the entire event is to hold discussions that combine science, research, academia, society, business, policy making. And I see it as, among others, a way to build a bridge between academia, research, and policy making. And this is something that we want to do a bit today. So we want to talk a bit about policy making while by giving a voice to experts who conduct research on some of the most pressing issues. And in the last few years, we could hear that more and more discussions on challenges posed by technology, and we could hear discussions on EU's strategies and global strategies aimed at these challenges. And so today we would like to tackle two of these challenges. The first is digital jihad. So it's tech-enabled digital jihad that brings terrorism to a new, broader level that facilitates communication, that facilitates information and propaganda dissemination, And the second challenge is social rating. And when we talk about social rating, when the social rating is discussed in the European Union, what they bear in mind is actually the Chinese social credit system. So if we want to get to know what we want to protect ourselves from here, we need to see what is going on there in China. So this panel is divided into 2 sessions, and during the first one, we will hear 2 speeches on EU cyber strategies, on digital jihad, Islamic State's media, and on social credit system, on social rating. And during the second panel, after the break, we will hold a discussion on EU strategies or global strategies targeted at these challenges. And I also think that it will be during the second panel that we might get some questions from the audience, if any appear. So I think that these 2 challenges and these speeches, so this first panel might seem a bit eclectic to you because we are going to tackle very different issues, but these issues are actually connected somehow. So first of all, they all fall under the cyber label. Moreover, we need, in order to tackle them, we don't only have to think about what is happening in the European Union, but also what is happening in the Middle East, for instance, or in China. And I think the most important thing is that when we will be talking about these issues, what we will see that if we want to tackle the issue of terrorism, for instance, what would be needed would be more internet governance, more control, data collection and analysis. But if we do this, a new problem is brought up, which is possible breaches of privacy and profiling, which is related perhaps to the second issue of social rating. So without further ado, let me introduce our speakers here today. So starting from there, we've got Adam Knight from Leiden University. We've got Craig Whiteside from the US Naval War College. We've got Joanna Kulesza from University of Łódź. We have Miran Lakoma from the University of Silesia. And we have Vincent Brisset from the Mercator Institute for Chinese Science, MERICS for short, situated in Berlin. I will introduce you in more detail right before your speeches. And my name is Emily Schweiner. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Silesia. And I, similarly to 2 of my colleagues here, conduct research on China's social credit system. All right, so I think we can start. Dr. Kulesza, please, you can prepare. All right. And yeah, are the slides visible right behind me? Okay. Great, thank you so much. So, Dr. Joanna Kulesza works, as I said, at the University of Łódź at the Faculty of Law and Administration. She is the Executive Director of Łódź Cyber Hub, which is a research center that is dedicated to international law and cyberspace. And she combines academia with policy work, because she serves as, among others, a scientific committee member for the Fundamental Rights Agency of the European Union. And since 2020, she also has been co-chairing the advisory board of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise that works on cybersecurity capacity building. And today, Dr. Kulesza will talk about the EU's cybersecurity strategy for the digital decade, with a special focus on digital sovereignty and technological autonomy, data governance, and the EU cyber sanctions regime. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you for having me here. This has been an insightful day, and the idea to have representatives from different disciplines talk about their research with this predominant notion of that research actually being distributed among a vast community of recipients is enlightening. So I'm thrilled to be here. I think it's my second time in Katowice. The city is beautiful, so thank you for having me and for hosting the event. Congratulations to the organizers for being the ESOF capital of 2024. And thank you also for putting cybersecurity on the agenda. It's not an easy topic, and Emily has given me a tall order of trying to combine the diverse topics that she just named with European policies. Now, good news is that Europe actually does have an agenda that addresses all of these topics, and it does so in a comprehensive manner. We do have the European strategy for cybersecurity, which is built among three key topics. Oh, yeah, there we go. I will try to discuss these on the following slides. The short answer is that the European response to all of these challenges is indeed propagated in that 2020 document, which is the EU cyber strategy. As already said, it is built around three pillars. We could start with critical infrastructures, but I'm not going to do that today. I am going to highlight that protecting critical infrastructures is the first pillar of that strategy that implies building resilient networks. This could be of interest to the engineers in the room, but at the same time, it would probably be challenging to discuss in detail in this very short time span. The second pillar is focused around something that is called cyber diplomacy and, as you can see, cyber defense. Again, I'm just going to skim over this area of interest with a short pit stop on cyber diplomacy. So if I was to give you a very pragmatic answer to the question of how Europe attempts to tackle all of these challenges, it would be we do so through the cyber diplomacy toolbox. It is a relatively comprehensive instrument. You might have seen headlines that speak of cyber sanctions. So if there is a cyber attack onto critical infrastructures in an EU country, that country is relatively sovereign to initiate such process. We do have a regulation in place that facilitates the cyber diplomacy toolbox. I'm happy to answer questions, but this is just to highlight that all of these conversations do come down to a relatively pragmatic and practical framework that is usually referred to with the code word of cyber diplomacy toolbox. As you can see, we have been working on this for a while. It works relatively well. The European focus on cybersecurity is on building resilience. We try to build secure networks rather than focus on active cyber defense, as might be the case in other regions of the world. What I am going to use as an example or an introduction to this discussion is this third key area, or the third pillar, where the European Union argues for a rules-based order for cyberspace. What does that mean? It largely means international law. It also means human rights, but it is complemented by the multi-stakeholder approach. In very simple terms, governments cannot achieve cybersecurity alone. They need to work together with other stakeholders, like businesses, like Facebooks and Microsofts of the world. So the geopolitical approach to cybersecurity that we represent as the European Union is focused on international law, human rights. I'm not testing your eyesight there. I'm just kind of showing you the reference with regards to the key narratives that we are trying to export as the European Union. The message we're sending out there is, look, we are a tight geographical space that has been eagerly fighting for centuries. We've applied international law and human rights, and it works. Maybe it's also going to work in the global cyberspace. So that is the overall message that we're sending out into the world. We facilitate that, as already said, with a direct reference to multi-stakeholder governance. We do have a dogmatic on multi-stakeholder governance. There is a definition. Again, long story short, it implies that governments, businesses, and civil society, that's us, academia, work together on equal footing, trying to identify the norms and principles for cyberspace. There are different venues where this process is taking place. And today I'm going to use just 3 examples to show you how this narrative is being pragmatically implemented. I have chosen these examples because they clearly, directly link to these specific policy topics we will be discussing throughout the session. there is a conversation going on in the United Nations that touches upon the issues of cybersecurity, terrorism, and artificial intelligence. And there's a proposal for an international treaty for cyberspace. Now you could say, well, that's good news. That's great, wonderful. Let's have a treaty, an international treaty for international cyberspace, right? Well, I still have some time. I'm going to try and argue to the contrary in a moment. You could also say, well, we don't really need one because we already have here in Europe the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime that's open to signatures around the world. And you would be right. That is going to be my second argument, and I'm going to spend a minute or two for those of you who have not browsed through the Budapest Convention yet. And then, if I'm efficient enough and speak not too quickly, clearly, but efficiently, I will look into the code of practice on disinformation. That is the pragmatic transposition of the European multi-stakeholder approach onto business. Again, when we try to define disinformation and fight it, regulation is not enough. We need to work together with companies in Europe. As you have heard throughout the day today, we speak a lot about co-regulation, working together with the companies. That's what it is. This year welcomed the code of practice on disinformation, with companies from Europe and around the globe signing up to a process that will help us tell the truth online in a more efficient manner. So that's my plan. I will try to stick to my time, so if I am not efficient enough with regards to timing, I will come back to these in the designated discussion space. The UN is looking at the process of cybersecurity in two parallel tracks. The first track deals with disarmament. So the UN Office on Disarmament is talking about cybersecurity. Not bad, although when you think about cyberspace, you might not directly think about the arms race, but that's the initial track that the UN has been deliberating on with regards to cybersecurity. How coherent is this process? Not very. As you can see, it's divided into two working tracks. The European Union has been a part of the open-ended working group, which in 2015 stated international law applies online as it does offline. So basically, if you're committing a crime in the streets, you would also be committing it online. Not very inventive, is it? Not very novel. Quite clear, obvious, right? Well, there is a parallel track that seems to disagree. The non-like-minded countries have initiated a parallel discussion, trying to argue that cyberspace is new, novel, and unique. We might need a different process, a different set of rules, just to address these challenges. They are not doing badly. Both of these groups are producing documents trying to tell us and explain how we might achieve a peaceful cyberspace, whether coherent with existing norms or one that is based on a new set of principles. Speaking of a new set of principles, Russia has proposed this new convention for cyberspace. The negotiations were started early this year. You couldn't really think of a worse timing, because the first meeting was just a few days after the aggression upon Ukraine. And that's the moment when Russia puts on the world stage a convention for peaceful cyberspace. But they have, that's the proposal. As you can see, there are some like-minded countries to Russia who are supporting it. Russia is promoting that as the instrument that would help us deal more peacefully online. If you were to browse through the draft, again, I'm not going into details, but this is just to highlight, you would see the issues we just discussed as elements covered by the treaty. So you would have a regulation on cyber terrorism, for example, should this treaty be approved. Is that a good idea? Well, it's interesting and it responds to current challenges. But it also means that every country would basically be allowed to implement this as they see fit. It might not be as efficient of a solution as we might want to welcome. And then you could also say, wait, we already have a treaty on international cybercrime. We've had this one since 2001. It's been 20 years since we have been trying to implement a system that would help us fight cybercrimes. And you would be perfectly correct. The Council of Europe has proposed such a treaty 2 decades ago. Just as a reminder for those of you who are not following European organizations closely, the Council of Europe is a different international organization than the EU, but when it comes to cybercrime, they do go hand in hand. So this is the European approach to fighting cybercrime online, whatever that might be. The convention is just a basis. But there is the Octopus Conference, where law enforcement officials meet in Strasbourg every year discussing practical solutions. The Convention on Cybercrime does have an additional protocol on hate speech and xenophobia that is also open to signatures. So you could say, well, that instrument is already in place. We could just implement it. It's not as simple as it might seem because, as you would imagine, the non-like-minded countries are not big fans of the Council of Europe. Russia just quit its membership, as I'm certain you have observed. There is also a provision in the Budapest Convention that deals with intellectual property protection, probably something that is one of the more divisive issues at hand. The Council of Europe stands for the European perception of human rights, data protection included, not something that our Chinese friends, or US friends for that matter, see eye to eye on. So there are certain challenges with implementing that specific document as a solve-all solution. But if we were indeed to propose the European approach to cybersecurity, the Cybercrime Convention would be one of those tools that we might want to use. Just to wrap this up, I'm going to try and show you the code of practice on disinformation. Another tool that Europe is putting on the international agenda is the DSA, Digital Services Act, where we'll be looking at intermediary liability as a paradigm for fighting online disinformation. We've had this in Europe for a while. So if you see your picture on Facebook, you really don't like it and you want to take it down, you're supposed to report it efficiently and quickly to the service provider, and they are under a legal obligation to take it down unless it was published lawfully. Seems easy, but it's not, because it is the intermediary that makes that final decision quickly, efficiently, but probably not in a way that the court would have done. So we're trying to improve that mechanism, notice and takedown as we call it over here. We do have the new Digital Services Act that Poland strongly supports. We view it as a way to implement national law on the global cyber agenda or on the global cyber scene. But we realize in Europe that that is probably not the only tool to be used. So that is complemented by a code of practice on disinformation that includes a variety of actors working together to identify efficient tools, AI included, to combat disinformation online. So I'm going to stop here, hopefully inciting a few questions, and hand the floor over to my colleagues to highlight specific issues covered by the European cybersecurity agenda. And I'm very much looking forward to your input in the second part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sticking to the time regime. I'm very much impressed. Okay, so let's move on to our second speaker, who is Dr. Craig Whiteside. And Craig is an associate professor at the U.S. Naval War College, as you already know, but he's in the resident program at the Naval Postgraduate School at Monterey, California. And over there, he teaches national security affairs to military officers as part of the professional military education. He is a research fellow at George Washington University's program on extremism and at the International Center for Counterterrorism. And his current work focuses on the leadership, succession, and military doctrine of the Islamic State militant group. And Craig is also a former U.S. Army officer with combat experience in Iraq. So, Craig, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Is it working? Okay, I'm glad I'm up here. It's California time. California time is probably 2, 3 in the morning right now. So if I was out there, I'd be asleep, like some of you might be. So I'm glad to be up here talking. At least that way I'll stay awake. I'm talking about militant adoption and abilities to mimic state capabilities, particularly on this topic in the cyber domain. And it's an example of what my colleague Joanna was talking about groups that are trying to evade these types of efforts to prevent them from using the cyberspace. The Islamic State is quite famous for its innovations. As I track them, and I'm sure there's more, they've industrialized suicide bombing to degrees that we've never seen before. They've created rebel governance systems that they actually put into practice, use drones to drop ordnance on soldiers and use it for propaganda. They've done special operations. They've used chemical weapons on the battlefield as a non-state actor or militant group. It's innovation or usually unheard of. They built a conventional army. They've made their own artillery and mortar rounds, and more importantly, this conversation, they've developed an international media empire that has outlasted the physical caliphate. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Lacombe, will be talking about that next. The focus is often on the technology, social media platforms, encryption, on how those are used. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about the people. In our previous discussions or in the introductions, they talked about how people behind the technology are just as important. And that's kind of going to be my focus here. Just to show you, you can see this is a chart of output. So output has decreased significantly. So again, it hasn't been technology that has kept their propaganda from propagating, but instead it's actual physical territory, people, institutions that have allowed them to do this. So just if you can see in yellow, that was the previous output by region, and the very dark, much smaller is current output. What you probably can't see from your seats back there is Iraq and Syria are the top two. They were very prolific, but if you look down at the bottom of the slide, it's West Africa that has the most propaganda as of 2020, and that still holds here in 2022. So West Africa is producing the most propaganda, but here you can see if you looked at claimed operations by different regions, it's still Iraq and Syria that are doing having the most activity, and they overshadow West Africa. What's the point of those three slides is to show you that there is a strategy that is being thought of by people behind the scenes, because West Africa has less attacks, but they have more propaganda, right? So this is a strategy. This is an implementation of a strategy by people. So talking about people, could talk about a lot of them. My research does look at the media department and its history over time. I'll highlight what I consider to be and many others do as well. Certainly the Islamic State recognizes him as the mastermind and founder of their media empire. Of note, he was the original media emir or leader in 2005-06. He was captured by the United States in a special operations raid along with several of the future leaders of the Islamic State. At the time they were known as Al-Qaeda in Iraq. He was captured. He was kept in captivity for 3 years, and then he was turned over to the Iraqis by the Americans as they were leaving, and then released shortly after. And then you can see he went on for another 7 years to run the Islamic State media department, which has become quite infamous in its more improved ability to conduct propaganda. A little bit about him. So the picture on the left is from 2006 when he was first captured. The picture on the right is him when he was killed. It was taken by his comrades as a martyrdom photo to show that he had fallen in the line of duty, if you will. So just a very brief bio of him. He was a pediatrician by trade, to show you the changes in technology and the democratization of these abilities. He was a pediatrician by trade and education. He did not have any media training whatsoever, and yet he ran probably the most successful militant media enterprise that we've seen ever. He was not radicalized necessarily by the invasion of Iraq in 2003. He had been an Islamist, a Salafi Islamist, and an early adopter of the Salafi jihadist ideology, the same one that Al-Qaeda shares writ large, Osama bin Laden and his visions. And he was imprisoned as part of the previous regime under Saddam for being a subversive. So the Americans, when they captured him, were disappointed that someone more inspirational was not in charge of the media department of Al-Qaeda in Iraq at the time. And they thought that he had been a relatively innocuous figure. And that probably helped with his short incarceration and then release, where he was able to move on. To show you some of the damage that he did once he regained control of the Islamic State's media department, once it was the Islamic State of Iraq in 2009, to show you some of his innovations. This is his media structure from 2005 when he was running it. You can see it's a fairly robust organizational style for somebody, for an insurgent group. In 2005, and you'll notice it has an internet department that early because they were already online. If you look at it around 2013, it's changed dramatically, much more sophisticated, has specialized media units at the central location, and then it has provincial media conducting most of the actual recording and editing and transmitting, just quality control at the top. And then today, as the best we can understand it, is a very hybridized group of people, security, religious, and media figures working together to try to get out a good product. Let me see, oops. To show you some of his innovations, he recruited and founded Amaq Media, Amaq News Agency, which is currently is still the Islamic State's kind of central media, but it was unofficial. It was an unofficial media organization that worked with the group, but was not tied directly to the group, which allowed them to gain entrance to Western media sources, and Western media sources were using the Amaq News Agency to kind of quote from for credibility purposes. And he was the recruiter of the person who founded that kind of what we call gray media. He was also a recruiter of foreign fighters from many different countries. You can see there's French. He recruited an American to be the editor of one of their flagship English language propaganda, and this was allowed them to disseminate across cultures, if you will. All right, so that was just a quick snapshot of one person and the damage that they can do with technology and media. We talk about some of the policy to tie it back into our previous talk and to set up some of the future talks. One, the media people were never treated by states as very important players. So typically bomb makers and people who were involved in killing large numbers of people, dozens, maybe hundreds, were dealt with very seriously, but you can see that the propagandists were let go. So that's a little bit of an antiquated perspective in our current information environment, where someone like Abu Muhammad al-Furqan can transmit and propagate narratives and propaganda to inspire tens of thousands of people to leave their countries, both in Europe and the United States and across the MENA region, to go to Syria and be part of the caliphate. So there's some discrepancies there. Two, the lack of harsh penalties for propagandists early on have led to more kinetic responses. So all the media people since 2016, really starting in 2016, have been killed on the battlefield, mostly by drone strikes in air. So because there's not a way to deal with them in some kind of lesser manner, they're instead targeted for killing by coalition partners working in Syria. So that's another aspect. They're not sure how to deal with media people. Is that a crime to do what they're doing either internationally or by country? The struggle to silence the Islamic State media has been something that the United States and others have been struggling with since 2005 and failed. Right? There's no way to prevent them from doing what they're doing. All we can do is mitigate them and to try to reduce the impact. It also shows that territorial control was very important and influential in the amount of media that they were able to produce as an institution. The effectiveness of IS media is highlighted by Furqan, who, in addition to being the head of the media department for, as you could see, 2 different times and over maybe a decade's worth of experience in that unit, he was also a high-ranking member of the Leadership Council. So he had a direct tie to the leadership of the organization, and that made their media much more effective. The department, as you could see briefly from one of my slides, is highly integrated. It has more than just media people. It has different types of people that help improve not just the quality of the propaganda, but how, as they see it, the legitimacy and the correctness of it. All right. And then finally, just the idea that our efforts in cyberspace are targeting real people, real institutions, organizations, and structures that largely have much more of an impact over what the organization is trying to do, how successful it is going to be, and then how they're able to evade our countermeasures in cyberspace or in real life to prevent this propagation of propaganda and narratives across either social media or in real life through pamphlets, radio, etc. All right, and so I'm going to turn it over at this point to my colleague, Dr. Lacombe, who's going to kind of continue that, but more bring it into the present and the future.
Thank you so much, Craig. Thank you for this fascinating speech and presentation. Yes, so now it's time for Professor Miran Lacombe, who is an associate professor in political science at the University of Silesia and an international research fellow at the Information Society Law Center of the University of Milan. He is a former visiting fellow at the University of Oxford and the European University Institute in Florence. He also was a visiting scholar at the University of Cambridge. And his research focuses on online propaganda of Salafi jihadist violent extremist organizations, information warfare, cybersecurity, and military conflicts. And this presentation will discuss the reasons why content moderation and control in cyberspace, being a primary means of online countering violent extremism, does not work as intended. Professor Lacombe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. So, as mentioned by Emily, I will focus on countering violent extremism on the internet, and I'll try to explain why it doesn't work, at least not as everyone believes. So let me start with the short introduction to the very concept of countering violent extremism, which is usually defined, at least by some scholars, as a set of activities designed to curb, to tackle terrorist propaganda on the internet. And it was initially developed as a concept around 2011, but it was widely adopted globally by governments and other stakeholders, internet companies, around 2014 as a reaction to the Islamic State's campaign on the internet, propaganda campaign. And it usually consists, when we talk about the internet online dimension, it usually consists of 3 aspects, namely awareness-raising programs, which are dedicated to ordinary online audience, then counter-messaging, which is dedicated targeting already radicalized users, and then finally content takedowns, which aim to prevent the consumption of terrorist propaganda by the masses of internet users. And in my presentation, I'll focus on the content takedowns exclusively. So, in order to explain the reasons why do content takedown policies not work as intended. I'll refer to 3 research projects that I carried out since the beginning of the pandemic. The first project aimed to map the digital jihadist ecosystem on the surface web. So I tried to map all propaganda dissemination channels that were somehow affiliated with the Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and other groups. Second project, which was realized at the beginning in the mid-2021, focused only on only one organization, the Islamic State, and it mapped the evolution of its information ecosystem. And finally, the third project, which was just recently completed in June 2022, tried to map the communication channels engaged in propaganda dissemination on the dark web. This was the most challenging project among those 3, and all those projects were based on the open source intelligence. So the first project discovered more than 330 communication channels that were active at the turn of 2020 and 2021 on the surface web. They were affiliated, as I mentioned, with a variety of different violent extremist organizations, including 100 standalone websites, more than 150 file sharing services. It proved the project proved that the terrorist propaganda is easily and massively accessible on the internet, despite years of content takedowns policies carried out by various governments and internet companies. Moreover, I also discovered that some violent extremist organizations are tolerated by the CVE community, namely the Taliban. You can see it on the left. There is a profile of the spokesman of the Taliban, which is pretty popular on Twitter. So the second project focused on the Islamic State, tried to compare its ecosystem in January and June 2021. In January, I discovered around 130 communication channels, including almost 30 standalone websites and about 70 file sharing services. But in only 6 months, the scale of the ecosystem tripled to almost 400 communication channels. So it proved that despite content moderation and control, despite all the efforts of the law enforcement agencies, the Islamic State communication channel, the Islamic State information ecosystem is capable of developing, growing. And then we have the third project, which discovered the least developed network, but it's not a surprise given that the dark web is much less popular than the surface web, and it's not that developed in many other ways. But still, all the communication channels, all the domains, onion domains that I discovered were full of propaganda. There were tens of thousands of propaganda productions easily accessible for everyone interested, including also torrent search engine, which was full of terabytes. There were terabytes of propaganda collections, mostly from the Islamic State. So this is just an example of how the Islamic State uses the dark web to avoid content moderation and control on carried out by the law enforcement. They use QR codes. You just scan the code, and even if the website is taken down, the code will lead you to another instance of their communication channel. So all these research projects prove that propaganda is, as I mentioned, massively and easily accessible on the internet. It's a matter of seconds or minutes to find Islamic State's or Al-Qaeda's website with your Google search engine. So it means that content takedown policies, they don't work as intended, and I'd like to offer several explanations why. The first explanation is related to the fact that fighting against the terrorist content looks like fighting against the mythical Aryan Hydra. It looks like a whack-a-mole game. We block one communication channel, and another two will pop up in a matter of hours or days. And we can do nothing to prevent this from happening, because that's the nature of the internet itself. Secondly, if you look at the history of countering violent extremism back since 2014, it looks like a digital arms race in which there's always a convenient alternative for terrorist communication, meaning that for instance, back in 2014, the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda were massively present on Twitter and Facebook. It took about 2 years for those platforms to develop efficient solutions to curb this presence. So they moved elsewhere to the Telegram. And for another 4 years, they were very active on Telegram until the Telegram and the law enforcement agencies started to block their channels. So starting from 2019, they are increasingly interested in more encrypted communication apps such as Hoop, Riot, Rocket Chat, or Conversations. So overall, there is always a convenient alternative, and there are so many alternatives that it's practically impossible to control all of them. You can even use video games for safe communication on the internet. The third reason, the third explanation is related to what Joanna said. So we don't have internet governance. We don't have global solutions related to countering violent extremism. We don't even have a common ground related to what do we understand by terrorist content, by violent extremism on the internet, which creates a number of practical challenges in international cooperation. Moreover, there are countries, there are international organizations that adopt impractical solutions, or they adopt solutions which stand in glaring oppositions to regulations adopted by their partners. And this is even visible in relations between the EU and the United States, as frequently referrals to remove terrorist content from the EU are ignored or rejected in the US because of the free speech regulations in the US Constitution. So finally, there is the Streisand effect. Streisand effect is focused on censorship, and it is based on increasing value, perceived value of the censored content in the eyes of the ordinary internet users, and it is frequently visible in relation to the terrorist content, as sometimes internet users which have nothing to do with terrorism, they resonate, they re-echo, they share terrorist propaganda just because they dislike censorship on the internet. And there's one more thing which is related not only to the inefficiency of CVE, but also its counterproductivity. Meaning that if you look at the current situation, the current strategy, we try to remove content, terrorist content, as swiftly as possible, which creates two significant problems. On the one hand, we remove traces of terrorist activity which can be investigated with digital forensics, meaning that we can identify individuals responsible for terrorist propaganda, production of terrorist propaganda or dissemination. On the other hand, we also remove evidence which is necessary to successfully sentence those individuals. So my final argument for today is that while content moderation and control makes sense in some aspects, on some platforms such as the social media, we should think more about copy-pasting the strategy that was adopted, for instance, by the United States back in 2014-15. Partially, it was mentioned by Craig already. What was the major reason why the Islamic State's presence on the internet was suppressed back in 2015-16? It was not because of the content moderation. It was because of the targeted airstrikes, US airstrikes against the media operatives of the Islamic State. Between 2014 and 16, more than 100 media operatives were killed by the US forces. And it was visible in the activity of the Islamic State. Alternatively, we can try to identify and apprehend individuals responsible for this whack-a-mole game, for producing propaganda. And this is proven by the case of Al Tawhid Publications. It was a pro-Islamic State group active in the United States, in Europe, in Australia, around 2018-19, and it was investigated by the FBI, and most of its members and leaders were arrested in 2020 and 2021. Effectively, Al Tawhid Publications ceased to be active on the internet. So it proves that detainment of media operatives is much more efficient than simply taking the content down. I believe that's it in a nutshell. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Lakame, for this fascinating speech. I already can see that the different topics, the topic of Dr. Kulesza and your topics, do share common points. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion about it, as you will probably have different views on the issue. So now our next speaker, let's move on to social rating. Our next speaker is Adam Knight, who is a PhD candidate at the Leiden Institute for Area Studies. He focuses on the imagination, implementation, and implications of the Chinese social credit system. and his work forms a sub-project of a project funded by the Dutch government entitled the Smart State, Big Data, Artificial Intelligence and Law in China. Adam graduated from University of Oxford, where he got his master's in Chinese studies, and also he got master's in social science of the internet from the Oxford Internet Institute. And Adam frequently contributes to reports in media such as BBC, Sunday Times, South China Morning Post. And today, Adam will discuss the expansions and limitations of China's social credit system, including some critical views among the media and the public on the system's role, and some broader implications for credit-based scoring in the European context. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Emily. That was a detailed introduction. I probably don't need to speak so much now. So yeah, I'm here to talk a little bit about social rating. My talk will fit quite neatly with what I think Vincent's going to talk about. So I'm going to try and give a bit of broader context on social rating, social scoring in a global context, speak a little bit about China, and then I'll let Vincent talk a bit more about kind of the EU response and that side of things. So just to kind of set the scene a little bit, you know, thinking about kind of across human history, human existence, people, governments have really kind of sought to make sense of the kind of highly complex biological system in which we live through processes of labeling, categorizing, sorting. If we look at the use of surnames, postcodes, passports, blood types, the counting of how many people are born, how many people die, the census, the creation of archives, databases, all of these processes kind of speak to a fundamental and pretty pervasive need on behalf of governments to count, to quantify, to arrange the population and the world into kind of supposedly meaningful, digestible, though often deeply flawed units across time and geography, from the Enlightenment all the way through to eugenics. From the state's perspective, counting, scoring, rating, these things are kind of very deeply tied with basic functions of the state. If you're thinking of building a hospital, for example, it kind of helps to know what the population density is in a particular region, what the age or health of that local population is in comparison to other areas, so that you know how best to deploy resources. From a business's perspective, it's a very common practice, of course, to break down markets into often overly simplified buckets of demographics for targeting or retargeting. For individuals, ratings in the form of Uber reviews or Airbnb reviews or what have you have kind of formed new modes of economic organization as we kind of navigate what's called a kind of risk society, as we determine whom to trust beyond the kind of closed rural kin-based societies that have defined much of human history. And this state of heightened information gathering, surveillance even, is a core, if not kind of defining feature of the modern world. And I don't think we should be scared of using the kind of the S word, right? Carrying out surveillance really is a primary function of any modern state. To paraphrase kind of James Scott, we have to be able to see people in order to know them before we can kind of arrange them and serve them. And for all the kind of grand flourishes of state making in the kind of modern world that we live in, the most fundamental task of any government really is a pretty boring one. It's kind of counting and organizing people, land, resources, output, etc. Now, the problem, of course, comes when the reach of the state expands in a pretty unfettered manner without kind of adequate checks and balances. And in the Western context, of course, kind of the Snowden revelations from the beginning of the 2010s of kind of mass dragnet-style data harvesting and processing, as well as a kind of Cambridge Analytica scandal in the UK, where I'm from, obviously kind of sharpened public awareness and justifiable concern around a lot of these issues. The gradual expansion of tracking, rating, scoring in everyday life, however, has arguably taken place more publicly and with less fanfare. In the 19th century, for example, we started to see the emergence of credit markets, for example, with US taking the lead. So rating agencies over there developing methods to identify good credit prospects. So collecting information to determine the kind of economic reliability of individuals and businesses. This process got better over time. The information used to produce credit ratings ratings were standardized. And around the country and indeed across the world, we've seen a whole host of specialist organizations dedicated to the collection, compilation, circulation of databases, numerical or otherwise, to allow potential financial institutions, governments, businesses to judge the trustworthiness, the creditworthiness of individuals and businesses. In the 21st century, of course, these credit scores and other metric-based tools have become a pretty essential tenet of modern societal and economic organizations. So in the US in particular, but also here in the EU, credit scores gatekeep access to finance, to jobs, to education, to housing, to private transportation. And while efforts have been made to strip out the kind of inbuilt discrimination in these systems, the kind of perceived objectivity of these quantified methods, coupled with often very problematic databases, has led many of these systems to extend, if not exacerbate, existing inequalities, whether economic, racial, or gender-based. Now, China, of course, is no exception in this global trajectory, this global history. The Chinese state's relationship with information, with technology, is deeply ingrained in its governing system. And indeed, you could really argue that the gathering of data through pervasive surveillance has formed a kind of cornerstone of China's state-making since 1949. If we look at kind of the first census from 1953, to ethnic classification projects, to the creation of work units, to household registrations all through the 50s and 60s and 70s, the Chinese state has always sought to kind of divide, categorize, subjugate, control its population as part of an evolving surveillance regime. By the 1980s, the Chinese government was talking of a kind of new technological revolution and starting to think in quite abstract ideological terms about how information communication technologies could be applied in the innovation of governing practice. This was really born out of a new dominant political class that emerged during this period, staffed by so-called red engineers, technocrats, engineers essentially coming out of elite institutions such as Tsinghua University, who had grown up during the kind of chaos of the Cultural Revolution and were really looking. They had an appreciation and a preference even for control technologies that could monitor, predict, limit behaviors of the population. Now, inspiration for this movement took many, many different forms. A lot of elite scientists, mathematicians, engineers gained extraordinary access and influence at the top level of government. And we saw a kind of intellectual current at the time that saw technology of consisting not just of hardware, but also human software, with the goal of achieving not just material, but also spiritual outcomes for the nation. And during this period, cybernetics, so the science of control and communication in complex systems, proved really highly influential, with some of its chief proponents rolling out some of the kind of most cornerstone policies, most high-profile policies that we've seen in China, including most famously the one-child policy. Now, as China's economy opened and its political system opened somewhat in the late 70s and 80s into the 90s, that brought about with it a search for new mechanisms to simultaneously promote but also regulate market forces in the economy. And this is really where we come to the social credit system that Emily mentioned before. The system has its origins in the hunt for such tools. It kind of directly adopts both the language but also the technology of American and European principles within the credit rating system, albeit always with some kind of Chinese characteristics. The first mention of the social credit system in China actually comes in 2002, so this is a system that's really already 20 years old. And having undergone some revision and early experimentation in the 2000s, it was officially launched in its current form in 2014. After that, we see a kind of very typical Chinese form of governance, kind of top-level planning, followed by a multitude of local-level pilots, with the goal of providing adaptability to local conditions and challenges, but at the same time kind of fostering innovation and best practice for application across the country. Between 2014 and 2020, hundreds, if not thousands, of different iterations of social credit with varying levels of scope, adoption, success have prevailed across the country. And it's this variety that has given that has in part kind of really given rise to the kind of mythos around social credit that's evolved here in the West, namely that the social credit system is some kind of peer-to-peer algorithmically generated score that follows you around all the time, constantly changing as a reflection of your behavior and limiting your ability to function in society, very much a la Black Mirror. This description is pretty much wrong on all counts, though some of these factors you can tease out and you can see in very limited fashion in a handful of local experiments. It's these individual instances that are then being seized on and blown up as a reflection of kind of our own nascent fears here in the West, in our media and policy, that such a system could be built in our own national contexts. And I should also note that the Chinese government is in the process of pretty much closing down all of these local systems. Instead, what we see in the social credit system is a series of increasingly interconnected databases for the purpose of the better tracking of malfeasance or misbehavior in society and the economy, and enforcing existing rules and regulations through a range of additional punishments. As with all aspects of law and governance in China, it is suffused with a highly moralistic bent in terms of its stated goal, namely the creation of trustworthiness in society, business, the judiciary, and government. Now, stripping social credit of all of this sexiness does not make it any less problematic, however. Its expansion at its fringes have put it on a kind of collision course with central planners and legal scholars, many of whom argue that the kind of laziness of local officials in applying social credit undermines both its efficacy and its legitimacy in the public eye. It also raises significant questions about judicial fairness, accountability, the ability for citizens to seek recourse against the misapplication of the system's punishments. And it also brings up very important questions around a reasonable right to privacy and a fear of government overreach as well, especially into areas of individual or moral behaviour. And this has led to multiple examples of pushback in the media and online, perhaps surprisingly so, given our kind of Western perceptions of China's state control over public discourse. And I just want to finish up really with two recent examples of government overreach illustrating this public awareness and disapproval of a deeper relationship between data and social control. These examples are not social credit related examples, but social scoring examples more broadly. So the first one is of China's health codes. So launched to a lot of fanfare in May 2020, there are now over 1 billion Chinese citizens using color-coded apps as a way of providing safe passage in the kind of zero COVID era. And the tracking and quarantining of those who've been in contact with the sick has of course been a kind of key facet of state control in recent months and years. Many of these schemes have been very riddled with privacy issues. Analysis has shown that only 3 out of 14 provincial systems have any kind of provision for the protection of personal data. And by the summer of 2020, at a time when many health codes were starting to be kind of rolled back and discontinued as the crisis abated, Hangzhou's Health Commission, so a large urban area in eastern China, announced that it would be extending its system, replacing its kind of 3 tiers of color coding with a points-based system, 0 to 100, with scores going up and down depending on health-related behaviors. So, for example, you would lose 3 points if you smoked 5 cigarettes in a day, or 1.5 points for drinking 200 milliliters of alcohol, or a 5-point bonus for walking 15,000 steps in a single day. Now, the Commission was never afforded the opportunity of actually explaining exactly how they were going to gather this information or what they were going to do with it and what kind of restrictions it would apply, because the announcement of this system caused such a stir online and in the media that just 4 days later, authorities were forced to issue a statement clarifying that actually we've changed our mind and we don't actually have any plan of implementing this. The second example really comes from quite a nearby city called Suzhou. So in September of 2020 this was, they announced the launch of a new civility code with kind of strong echoes of local points-based social credit systems. Each resident of about a 6,000 strong test location was going to be allocated a 1,000 point base score with deductions for drink driving, -100, running red lights, -50, or bonus points for volunteering or donating money to charitable causes. This was derided as a kind of naive fantasy in local Chinese media. City government was later forced to clarify that the system would not be mandatory upon launch and included no punishments for low scorers and would only be used in the application of rewards for high scorers. Now, these examples from Hangzhou and Suzhou are indicative, on the one hand, of a government desire, one that is not exclusive to China, to use data and point scoring to engineer certain behaviours. On the other hand, however, they also demonstrate, I think, a level of public scrutiny related to the rollout of the country's smart state that these municipal government departments in particular have not done very well at anticipating. And I think this serves as somewhat of a cautionary tale for legislators as they think about the next next stages of development for the social credit system. And I think I'm probably about there with time, so I'm going to wrap up there and hand over to Vincent. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adam, for this very interesting speech. Yeah, and to continue with Vincent. Vincent is an analyst at Mercator Institute for China Studies, as I already told you. It is Europe's largest research institute on contemporary China, which is located in Berlin. And Vincent will discuss what China's social credit system is and is not actually, and what a good EU policy response should look like. And Vincent holds a research MA degree in Asian Studies from Leiden University also. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's very nice to see we've got a good Leiden delegation here. But yeah, so I mean, Adam already teased out a couple of issues that I want to take a very particular angle on. And one of them is that kind of misperception or kind of the duality between where the social credit system is going and how it's been represented in some circles. And in particular, I want to zoom in on the 2021 European regulations on artificial intelligence. The European Union at some point got a hang of this idea that every single citizen in China receives a score that dictates their place in society. Some big server park outside Beijing that looks at how many games you play each day, or how many, I don't know, how many times you look up something negative about Xi Jinping online, really all these kinds of things, and transfers it into a score that then determines everything that you can do, your internet speed, whether you can go abroad, and so on and so forth. So I mean, Adam has already illustrated that that's really not the case. So you very quickly start to get to this question, okay, why did the EU get this wrong? And how can we regulate something if we don't really know exactly what we're regulating in the first place? So what the EU essentially tried to regulate is, and I paraphrase, AI systems by public authorities for the evaluation or classification of trustworthiness of natural persons based on their social behavior with a score leading to detrimental or unfavorable treatment. Beautiful legal language, and I'll not bore you with many more quotes like that. But so in my 10 minutes, I want to dive into this little statement by first talking about what the social credit system is, very briefly, then why the European Union missed the boat so badly, I think, with this one clause, and then lastly, I think, what are the lessons that we should take away from the social credit system as it exists in China, that hopefully European policymakers could make use of also going forward. And I think a lot of the patterns, also the ones that we've discussed regarding, for cyber jihad, will also return there. So, I mean, the social credit system I like to define as essentially a glorified online filing system that indeed can be used for the categorization of market risk and these kinds of things. So, in the basis, it creates records of compliance of citizens and businesses. Insofar they comply with laws, regulations, contracts that they sign with business partners, administrative permits that they may have applied for, or official qualifications that they may have obtained, all these kinds of things. And the purpose is to share that information with different parts of China's bureaucracy, but also with other companies, as to assess risk, essentially, and to manage the market economy a bit better. And one of the things that this really tries to address is that China's bureaucracy, and I think it was already mentioned in one of the introductory panel, like the opening speeches, that science is fragmented, while China's bureaucracy is even more fragmented on a number of levels. So the idea is that they want to have, for instance, if a banking regulator gets a request for a permit for instance, a new insurance product, that they can refer to records generated, for instance, by China's tax authorities, and see that, oh, well, this company has no important records in this insurance field, but they have been committed, committed certain violations in the tax field, so now we no longer give them this permit. Or a company producing food may be interested to look up their business partner and see whether they have the right permits to produce the food that they're looking to purchase. On top of that, then, is a layer of blacklist. So if you have committed severe violations, the government can restrict your access to government procurements or your or the permits that you have already applied for. When we talk about social credit system, for the most part, it's about economic activity, and even where we're talking about individuals, it's talking about these individuals' engagement with economic activities, such as loans that they may take out, and so on and so forth. And I already called it a glorified online filing system. That means that it doesn't involve any overly intricate forms of big data or AI. And that's then already when we start going into these EU regulations on AI, they try to ban a social credit system that doesn't make use of AI. So how does that work? I should add before going into this EU part of the regulation that there are a lot of exceptions to this and a lot of these local pilots, and again Adam has already alluded to that a little bit, where we indeed see a couple of these things going in that direction a little bit, but those are the intricacies that I think are better left for the discussion afterwards than for this part of the talk. So on this statement of the EU regulation on AI, I think it consists of three major parts. So first, AI systems, two, the social scoring, and the three, for general purpose. So the AI systems part I think is already quite difficult to link to the social credit system because social credit system does not make use of AI. And that in itself means that these regulations would not be able to ban the social credit system in practice. But that's also where some of the problems of the social credit system start coming in, because it is always humans that push the buttons, humans that make the decisions, institutions that shape these decisions that humans make. And what it therefore also means is that these interests or the biases or the political interests of these individuals start to matter. And that they make decisions that are detrimental to human rights, to privacy, and all of these similar issues. And that is really where the central issue of the social credit system lies. It is with this bureaucratic overreach, of abuse of power, of function creep, all these things that we see really coming back into the system time and time again, where simply because humans push the buttons, humans do things that are detrimental to society. Then the second part is this scoring, and the scoring for general purpose, really. So there have been experiments where, for instance, you could get, 50 points if you do some volunteering work, or lose 60 points if you set off fireworks in prohibited areas, or lose 100 points if you organize illegal gambling activities. These experiments, they were very rudimentary. So it was basically a large Excel sheet that had all of the different violations of laws and regulations and all the points that were awarded to it. So it was really addition and subtraction, not some complicated algorithm. And by kind of national decree since 2020, governments are no longer allowed to punish people for having low scores. So it's essentially voluntarily all. And that also means that because it looks at these violations of laws and regulations, because it's very simple, and because also it is not mandatory, it cannot lead to detrimental or unfavorable treatment, or at least not formalized in law. Again, it would not be covered under the European regulations. But what is happening a lot in the social credit system, and that is, I think, where we should all start to think also about our own societies, is not general purpose scoring, but defined purpose scoring. So what I mean by that is, for instance, a financial credit score is a very defined purpose score. So a score that is simply used to really assess one very specific aspect of a human, i.e. their financial credit worthiness. Or, for instance, a score that assesses environmental risk, so the likelihood that you may commit a violation that leads to environmental damage. Or a food safety rating. If I go to the UK, I can look up the rating of my favorite pub and find whether I should not eat that sushi or the salmon or not. Of course, we can think about financial credit assessments. In Germany, when I want to rent an apartment, I have to submit my Schufa score, and then they may look at my financial credit history and not give me a house. Is that discriminatory? Well, probably it is in some ways. So really, we have to start thinking in I think a number of ways, not about these kind of big dystopian stories of big tech AI-driven scoring, but rather about more broadly the gradual encroachment of different ways of quantifying humans and human behavior and human behaviors, and also market activities into what doesn't necessarily need to be some big social credit system, but still have these very negative impacts on humans. So I want to really present two lessons on what a good response to the social credit system would look like based on what the social credit system in China actually is. Quite a mouthful, sorry for that. So the first is that simply we shouldn't only focus on the technological nature. So these regulations on AI are great because AI can definitely be a very problematic and very concerning development. But we should make sure that we have safeguards against not the technology, but also the humans that push the buttons to those technologies and the institutions. In the Netherlands, the Dutch tax authorities had implemented a blacklist, not too dissimilar to what the social credit system does, based on, for instance, ethnicity, personal behavior, your social background, that they use to assess the risk of tax violations. Didn't involve any form of tech or intricate scoring, but nonetheless, it was a clear abuse of tax authorities' power. And secondly, I think we should really stop focusing on the idea of an all-encompassing score, because that would be very useless by definition. Imagine, for instance, that I own a restaurant and I get a score based on 2 points for simplicity. 1, how well I pay my taxes, and 2, on the hygiene in my restaurant. Let's say I get 1,000 for my tax points and a 0 for my food safety, so the end result would be 500. That score, 500, would be useless to anyone, because the tax authorities are not interested in my food safety. They only want to know how likely I am to pay my taxes on time. And I'm absolutely not middling in my food safety records because I'm absolutely garbage and you should never want to eat at my restaurant. So an all-encompassing score would encompass so many different facets that it becomes useless by definition, because it just becomes too opaque, too vague, that no one really knows what it's about. When we talk about, therefore, surveillance in China, but also in surveillance more broadly, would China's security apparatus be interested in a score that assesses how likely you are to start a protest, or that you are about to assassinate Xi Jinping? Hell yes, of course they would be interested in that. But would they be interested in that score combined with metrics of how well you sort your garbage, or how many loans you take out, or how many games you play? No, they would not be interested in that. And that is really what I think is important. We should focus not on these really big stories, but simply on this increasing use of quantitative indicators, increase of gamification, irrespective of their precise technological nature. But on this topic, does a policymaker get it right? I've spoken with dozens of policymakers, government officials at all kinds of levels. I think I've had one get this right. And I think that's a quite concerning lesson to end on.
Thank you so much. So this is bad news, I assume. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion between Dr. Kulesza and who is more knowledgeable than any of us when it comes to the EU policymaking, and between the rest of our speakers. So I do believe that your speech was the perfect opening for our discussion that is to be held during the next session. So let me put it into pause here, and let me see you within 15 minutes, 5:15, and then we will actually discuss what we can do. Because right now I can feel that we have quite pessimistic views. So the policymakers are not getting it right, and there is nothing to be done with the online propaganda. Yeah, so I hope that after the second session we will be a bit more optimistic, hopefully. See you in 15. Thank you.
A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum located near the Spodek Arena were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine, and the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them, and the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of effort
All right, so the very last panel of the conference, the very last speakers, the very last members of the audience. So I probably welcome mostly those on the internet right now. So during the last panel, we heard listened to some very, very interesting speeches on EU cyber strategy, on digital jihad, and on social rating. So basically, to sum it up, Dr. Kulesza first spoke about EU cyber strategy and was very optimistic about it. And then what happened is that our two speakers on digital jihad said that, well, it's not really working, so the propaganda is still there and it's doing really well, the terrorist propaganda. So then we went on to the social rating, and our two speakers on social rating basically said that how the EU perceives social rating is totally flawed. So I think that there is no need to answer questions, because I just want to probably ask Dr. Kulesza what is her take on that. So maybe to begin with. So Craig was talking about the media channels. He showed us how complex all of it is. And then Professor Lacombe told us about the Hydra. So whenever you take something down, some more heads appear. So what is the EU strategy on that? Because you said that we have some tools to deal with it. And then the two gentlemen said that not necessarily. So what's your take on that?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, my enthusiasm is uncurbable. So there's nothing you can do. I'll just remain optimistic. Two answers or 2 points I would like to make. Interesting interventions indeed. Thank you, gentlemen. First, with regards to privacy, data collection, AI, so the social credit system, if you will, which is not what we originally thought it was. I have warned my distinguished colleague there, so I'll share a little story about a concentration camp that is not too remote from this place here in Auschwitz, right? We used to have this unique element of European history here in the region, which is still there. Most of Polish families do have a direct story to tell about Auschwitz, who was there and why they got there. Now I'm going to use that example to tell you why in Europe we have this peculiar take on personal data protection that prevents us from profiling, for example. I appreciated Adam's intervention saying the primary objective of the state is to surveil individuals. I'm going to strongly oppose that. The state can and is allowed to collect certain data, but only as little as absolutely necessary to operate, right? That's how we look at it in Europe. Why? Well, because the first thing that the Nazi state did when it entered, wherever it entered, Poland included, was it looked at the data at the disposal of the government. That's a lovely story that my French colleagues tell me. That's a story in the Netherlands as well. So if the Nazi regime wanted, and they did want to jail Jews, Muslims, homosexuals, whatever have you, right? They just looked at the social census and there was a list of the people they wanted to put in the concentration camp. And these are the stories that you will hear if you talk to your grandparents, for example. So in Europe, we learned this lesson of mass data collection the hard way. What happens if the government actually has the data? We hope they will use it for the betterment of people, but at times they don't. And here in Europe, we learned it the hard way. So I don't think there's a way for Europe as this condensed continent that has been flooded with the blood of our relatives, making a very dramatic point there, to deal with data differently. We learned the hard way what happens if data is misused. So this brings me back to the European cyber strategy, which includes human rights, which includes the right to privacy, which includes data protection. Now, the system that China has is not as elaborate as we would like to think it is. I appreciate Vincent's intervention on artificial intelligence. What if we feed artificial intelligence with data? There is a narrative saying Europe is not as innovative as we might be compared to China, compared to the US, because we don't feed artificial intelligence with sufficient amounts of data, right? China doesn't care. They just put in everything in whatever software they can develop. The US has a very different approach. It would protect the privacy of US citizens according to the Constitution, but personal data is not a concept that is innate in the in the US economy and the free market, the all-ruling kind of free market. Here in Europe, we need to insist, because we've learned what happens if we don't. So you could say we really don't have a choice. We have to stick to personal data protection policies. Now, we have been, again, my enthusiasm takes the forefront there, we have been relatively successful. I did point to the Council of Europe Convention 108 on personal data protection, dating all the way back to 1980s, where we boast in Europe of the Strasbourg effect, right? Again, refraining from numbers and legal language, that's the paradigm for privacy protection that the majority of states, over 120 right now, have already implemented. Now, you know GDPR, right? The General Data Protection Regulation. The RODO is the Polish acronym, right? So we look at it as a success story, even in the face of curbing innovation. So the Chinese system, the all-seeing eye of the government, will hopefully not happen in Europe because we have this peculiar concept of personal data protection. So that's my answer to the second intervention.
Might I have a follow-up question to this? Because I do agree with you, and I do believe that it answers a part of the problem. So it's a partial answer to gentlemen's interventions. But on the other hand, you can still see the EU AI Act is still a draft, so it's probably going to be changed millions of times. We don't know whether it will be ultimately passed and so on. But still, what Vincent said is that also yesterday when we were talking, is that, and we saw that in a quote, that actually the language that is used, we can quite connected to the social credit system. So we can see so many similarities. So to care about the data is one thing, but what we certainly see is that the AI Act, when it talks about the social rating, it makes quite direct references to the social credit system, which is exactly not what many people thought it was. So my question is, isn't it a sign that perhaps some deeper cooperation between experts on such topics and policymakers should take place so that such things and such misunderstandings do not happen in very, very important documents that tackle very important issues? Because it does seem peculiar that some people who do conduct research on the social credit system perhaps were not enough consulted. So what's your take on that?
Absolutely. So I do believe in consulting and communicating and exchanging experiences. So again, thanks to you for setting up the panel, and thanks to Katowice for hosting this event, because it's a way for us to communicate and to talk. And me, rather than talking to privacy lawyers, I get to talk to people with different backgrounds and different perspectives. But I would argue that even if you put that language in one draft regulation, which is tremendously controversial, right? There are hundreds of amendments that have been proposed by everyone. So the moment that the AI regulation becomes law, we should be the moment where we should have this conversation. But even if this was the binding law, it would still need to be read against, for example, the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. So even if you had that language in a European law, in an act of European law, you would need to implement it according to the already mentioned acronym, the GDPR, for example, and a whole bunch of other provisions. We might want to have, or use your argument, and this is me playing the devil's advocate, and say, well, okay, you claim that EU stands for personal data protection, but there is much vagueness around what personal data actually is, and I'm happy to elaborate on that one. And B, there is this intense cooperation around, for example, and this brings me to my second point, anti-terrorist policies, right? And we have new regulations that allow for mass processing of personal data for the prevention of terrorism. So if you were trying to make a negative argument and say, well, EU is not as holy as it makes itself out to be, I would probably need to consent. And I would need to say, well, see, it's always the lesson of the day that we need to learn. And if the challenge is terrorism, that indeed these anti-terrorist policies might stretch the paradigm of personal data protection to its limits as we have known them thus far. So this is me trying to be relatively balanced, but I'm going to argue that that very phrasing or wording is a good argument for us to talk more, but it's probably not the cornerstone of a policy shift. I'm going to stop here because otherwise I'm going to monopolize the conversation. But I do have arguments on terrorist content as well. But I'm going to stop here and hand the floor back to you, Emily. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe just first of all, I would like to ask our social creditors, let's call you that. Let's ask our social creditors whether they would like to share, like, respond to what Dr. Kulesza said before we move on to some more broad discussions on the terrorist issue.
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, fully agree that I think this very specific clause in itself is not a massive issue. I mean, at most, it's just, you know, waste of ink, essentially. But I think it does speak to a bigger problem. On the one hand, within Europe, simply there's an insane amount of resources being wasted on chasing this illustrative idea of AI-driven mass scoring. And I think the resource part on that is problematic. I mean, just recently I had a meeting with high-level EU leaders who once again brought up that thing as part of kind of market distortions. And they were just really chasing the wrong idea and wasting a lot of resources on that, even now, like 20 years after social credit system started. I think the second part is that it says something about China specifically and also how we deal with China and how we deal with cyber challenges coming from China. This idea that everything in China is AI-driven dystopia. And yes, there is a lot of AI-driven dystopia in China, but not everything. And I think one of the interesting parts is that if you look at even the most advanced surveillance systems in China, they are driven by humans. And again, driven by institutions, even in Xinjiang, even in the advanced cities that have developed these big data systems. And I think from that perspective, then also the lessons that we draw from it going forward in our relations with China, but also perhaps at home, that in the future I think is a dangerous discourse more than anything else. So that would be my comment on this specifically.
Yeah, Adam, please.
Hey. Yeah, so I think the human element is absolutely essential, and I think there are core reasons why in China specifically there's still a need or a perceived need by the central government actually to still retain that human element and not to just sign over control to a wholly automated system, and that really comes down to the kind of politics of the kind of Marxist-Leninist regime that kind of still has that kind of quite almost kind of paranoid mentality of wanting to maintain that kind of ultimate control and not just leave decision making up to some machine or some computer. And to the other point about kind of definitions, really, I think you know, social credit's an interesting case study because it's a bit of a mirror. It's a bit of a black mirror in and of itself, although it doesn't kind of reflect the TV show. It's more just you hold it up and you kind of see what you want to see in it a little bit. And it gets used as a tool, as a mechanism to voice all sorts of concerns, and that confusion is pretty pervasive. So, you know, one of the most frequent questions we get at events like this or about social credit is, you know, what do Chinese people think of social credit? And the reality is, if you look at some of the survey data that's been compiled on this, is that the overwhelming majority of people in China have never heard of a social credit system. They don't know what that term means. But if you have a follow-up question, which is, well, have you heard of the blacklisting system, or have you heard of so-called lao lai, kind of this colloquial term for deadbeats or people that kind of get blacklisted in China? People have heard of those systems and they understand that, and they know somebody that might have been punished through it. And I think that kind of lack of awareness of what social credit really is, of course, is also pervasive here, and we've given some examples of that already. Vincent's example of the Dutch case of the kind of blacklisting within the tax authorities there is a good one. There's another recent example in Bologna just a couple of months ago, where the local government there introduced a kind of a social rating scheme for local citizens, or in the process of launching this, where you know, for example, I don't know, you leave rubbish on the street, or you don't take your bins out on the correct day, or you behave in a certain way, you can lose points, you can gain points, and these get rewarded in certain ways. And there's almost a kind of tone deafness sometimes particularly amongst local administrations who introduce things that, you know, kind of sound a little bit similar to certain elements of the social credit system, but because there's not been that kind of broader wrangling in the public eye of what the system actually means and some of its implications, that we see it being applied in our own context without necessarily having held up the mirror to ourselves and holding ourselves to the same standards, essentially.
Thank you very much, Adam. And does anybody else want to actually add something to this conversation, or should we go on and ask Dr. Kulesza to finish her thought on the terrorism-related issue so that a gentleman can then refer to this? All right.
I'll grab the opportunity. Indeed, just to wrap up that discussion, please let me note that also with regards to the cyber security strategy, the model that I described, where we protect the individual through protecting their data, is the European export policy, right? So that's the message we're trying to carry outside to developing states who are at the moment of deciding how they want to shape their future when it comes to the use of data, the data-based economy. You can clearly make a political decision and say, okay, we will just give the data of our citizens to Google's, Facebook's, and whoever, and we will get free services. Or you could make a more informed policy decision and say, we will introduce certain data protection safeguards to make sure that the individual at the end of the line is actually protected. So that's the message that Europe is trying to send to the world as part of the rules-based order that you have seen in the cyber strategy. So that's kind of my wrap-up. It's not this vague idea that we have because we're idealists, but it's rather putting the human in the center as a policy objective that we're proposing to others in Africa and Southeast Asia, and Latin America is actually doing very well when it comes to implementing data protection rules. But this brings me to the vagueness of the second part of our discussion, which deals with terrorist content or terrorist propaganda. I strongly agree with Miran that there is no one single solution that's going to help us. Takedowns are, some people say it's just like powdering an ulcer, right? So if you just cover it up, no one will see it, but it's still there and it's still eating you up, right? So takedowns are probably not the ultimate solution, but this takes me back to the concept of internet governance, just to make sure we're all on the same page. It has been defined in political science and international law as the joint development of norms, that's the law, but also principles and policies that deal with the day-to-day of operation of the internet. And it's done by law, with the governments being clearly the leaders, but it's also good business practice. That's the code of conduct I had there desperately packed onto the last slide. But it is also civil society, that's you and I, building our capacities, learning, knowing more. That's something that you mentioned, where we're trying to highlight what is the nature of that terrorist content, how they operate, so that you know that that specific information you're receiving might be coming from a source that is not completely valid or that has a certain hidden motive. I could argue as an international lawyer that terrorism or terrorism-related crimes are well defined. You can actually see that in that Russian proposal, right? There was a terrorist-motivated crime. They have a legal definition for you. I could go further and say we have treaties, international treaties that define terrorist-related crimes. And I could go on for 20 minutes, which I'm not going to do. But I'm going to reference Madeleine Albright, who said that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, right? It is a strongly political term. Terrorism means what you want it to mean. And it can mean, in the case of Russia, those who are opposing the regime. In the case of Syria, in the case of Israel, it's going to be different things in different political contexts. So I'm not going to make that argument. I'm going to leave the ambiguity of law aside. But I am going to say that internet governance implies that these three groups of actors work together, and they work on policies that actually work. One hat that I do wear occasionally is an ICANN hat, with ICANN being the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. You could look at it as a non-profit based in California, but supporting a global community of users from various backgrounds that develops policies. And they do have a policy on the table that's called DNS abuse-related policy. Sounds technical, DNS abuse. Well, that's probably when someone interferes with the way that the DNS, the domain name system, works, right? So if I disrupt the traffic, that's probably what I'm doing. I'm messing with the names and numbers. That too, but it also means that if I put terrorist content online, they, the technical community, will take it down. How do they make the assessment? How does that work? Because it does work. Miron is going to argue, I'm going to give him the floor in a moment. It's not 100% efficient policy. I agree. But at the same time, it is a universal, uniform model, all of the political mumbo-jumbo aside, that actually works. So if you are a trusted notifier and you call up VeriSign and you say, under this IP number, there's terrorist content, they will take it down. Is it enough? It works, but is it enough? Clearly, it's not. We're talking about terrorist content, and these gentlemen have given us impressive examples, right? So beheadings, we've had that conversation with Miran yesterday. Oh my goodness, that is clearly terrorist content I don't want my kids to see. But in Poland, we have a conversation on disinformation around the war in Ukraine. I think in Poland, we're all on the same side. There is a hideous, violent war in Ukraine. I think we're all on the same side, right? But there are different narratives spread out there, with some people saying that the casualties in Bucha are actors. I'm certain you guys have heard that. And we're just coming out of a different conversation where I believe the Polish community was evenly divided around COVID vaccines, right? With 50%, I hope a little bit more. I'm not sure what the numbers on vaccinations in Poland are right now. But with a large amount saying we need to get vaccinated because COVID is a threat, and a very strong opposition saying, well, it's all a hoax, right? We're rabbits, they're testing vaccines on us, etc., etc. Where do you draw the line for disinformation? These examples are very clear. We don't want beheadings online, right? I think we don't. I hope we don't, right? Then we probably don't want Russian disinformation on the conflict in Ukraine. But how do we fight the new wave of disinformation that's going to come? I'm trying to instill a little bit of ambiguity into this discussion, with terrorist content being relatively well defined. But disinformation is not just terrorist content, there's so much more. So we need to work together with different actors to efficiently and quickly respond to challenges as they come. And law, and I say this as a lawyer with much regret, might not be the speedy solution we need. So that's why I reference to internet governance, and that's what the EU is doing as well, right? So we want internet governance to work efficiently with all of these actors being on the same page when it comes to countering threats. I'm going to stop here, and if we do manage to get feedback from the audience, I would love nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, so before we ask the audience about their thoughts, let Professor Lacombe respond, and then on to Craig.
Okay, thank you very much. Great points. First of all, let me say that I should be more careful during the presentation. Maybe I was overly general with some terms I've used during due to the time constraints. So first of all, about the content takedowns, I don't argue that they're useless at all. They work sometimes in some situations, some circumstances they work, especially when it comes to the social networks. I don't argue that we should abandon content takedowns. I just argue that they are inefficient in preventing internet users from finding this content online. It's easily accessible still, despite 8 years of efforts from governments. All this internet governance community that you've mentioned, they failed to reach this objective. And the question is why? The second question, the second issue about the EU legislation, I'm quite positive when it comes to the European solutions related to counterterrorism. I believe it may be the best set of solutions put in place in the world, maybe aside from the American, but this is debatable. But it's not perfect, especially when it comes to the recent regulations related to the content takedown policies. Currently, there is a rule that you have to take down terrorist content in 1 hour since the referral, which basically kills all small websites in Europe because they don't have 24/7 content moderation. They cannot afford it, and no one thought about this. So it's not perfect, but it's quite good. But the problem is that I was referring to the global solutions, and by using the term internet governance, I meant strictly the political dimension of the counter-terrorist cooperation in the world. And I fully agree that defining the term what is terrorist content and what is not, it's a tricky question. It's a tricky issue. So in Europe we have quite good solutions, but so what if the world is much bigger than Europe, and we have Afghanistan, which is connected to the internet and is ruled by the violent extremist organization? What are we going to do with them? It's impossible to cut them from the internet. It's impossible to use the DNS abuse mechanism. Of course, we can use it. It works from time to time. But just to answer what Joanna said, there are some technical solutions which are already put in place by the Islamic State to avoid the DNS system at all. So if you are interested in Islamic State content, you can browse it, you can find it easily without the DNS system. So the solutions that are internationally adopted, they don't work anymore. And about the final slide related to how to fight with the terrorist content, I just gave examples. Instead of airstrikes, we can look for cyber attacks. This is what happened back in 2016. National Security Agency of the United States and the U.S. Cybercom carried out a series of cyber attack called a Glowing Symphony, if I recall right. And they succeeded in taking down a great amount of the Islamic State content from the internet. So we can go this way. And obviously, detainment works as well, but it takes effort. It requires global solutions because it's a global problem. So I believe that's it for now.
I don't want to argue with Joanna at all, but if I must, I think the rules and legislation has had a great impact, but it's just too late, right? I mean, the casualties have already happened. We've had tens of thousands of people have died. Tens of thousands of Europeans, Americans, and others have gone to the Islamic State to be part of the caliphate, swayed largely by internet propaganda. And the damage of that is still happening. Every week we're repatriating these people back to our countries, and some countries refusing, by the way, to repatriate their own citizens. So all of these, in this day and age, I guess for the theme of the conference, we've got to be faster than this, right? It can't take us 6-7 years. I showed you the history just to show you we've been dealing with this problem for quite some time. Got it wrong early on. That had significant consequences, and we're still getting it. We're still behind, right? The pediatrician who created the Islamic State Media Department is running circles around our lawyers who are trying to keep the content off. And that'll lead to my second point, just to keep it short, which is over 50% of the terrorist content. I look at organizations and leadership and strategy, but over 50% of the content, people who do content analysis will tell you that it's not terrorist content. It is how glorious life is in the caliphate. It's very difficult to find, unless it's branded Islamic State, which is kind of a quick way for it to be taken down. But they're smarter than that now. Now it's almost impossible to take that same. This is what life was like in the Khalifa, and we didn't have theft, we didn't have crime. Criminals were treated properly, and you got to live a perfect Islamic life according to the prophetic method. You can't. It'd be very difficult to take that down, just as it would be to take down political speech that you don't like or that is opposite. So they've evolved on that. We can look at that and we understand it as Islamic State propaganda, but it's so vague that we can't identify it as such, and we can't take it down. And that's because we've waited too long. It's now beyond a brand. It's much what Dr. Lukome was talking about. These very vague internet sites are no longer official. There's no longer official, Islamic State media because their operators are dead. So, and that's what that's also a policy failure of ours. We were talking about this during the break, is that our answer in the 21st century has been to kill the media operatives, not to capture them or to rehabilitate them. It's just been to kill them. That's our success, and that's a failure. Those are policy failures. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm going to put my human rights hat on now. I'm going to strongly argue that killing people that do disinformation might not be the ultimate solution. I'm glad we are on the same page. I'm actually also going to agree that law is not enough. So I'm going to make this very clear. Again, with much regret, law is not quick enough and it's not efficient enough. That's why I would go back to internet governance and everyone working together. And you could see that in the EU cyber strategy as well. I'm not going to go back to technical IG. We'll have coffee with Miran over that one. But I think that there is an argument to be made about what is called the splinter net, right? So you mentioned that they have their own DNS and they operate within it. We could witness this argument also being raised by Ukraine very quickly after the 24th of February, requesting, my favorite NGO, ICANN, to take down Russian internet, right? So the IP numbers that would be assigned within the Russian territory would be, at the request of Ukraine, taken down. Now, the question is whether it would work. That's the first question. ICANN says it would. Miran would probably say it wouldn't, because Russia has been building their own internet network since 2019, right? So we're talking about splinter net scenarios. Can you build your own internet? Can you connect it to other internets, and how that would work? We're all in theory for now, because no one has really switched it off efficiently. We have China experts here. I know that the Chinese system is completely different. They were very cautious letting internet into China as a US invention. So it's a bit different. But we are talking about splinter nets. And with that, I fully agree. There might be different networks that will be built, that will be secure, that will be safe. How they will be interconnected is an open issue. And then I'm also going to make a point about active cyber defense. That's something that Miran said and that you confirmed as well. So we could, instead of shooting the people, we could do a counter cyber attack, right? And there is a draft law in the US House of Representatives called the ACDC, which I'm certain you're aware. I love that acronym, right? It's ACDC, Active Cyber Defense Act. They did it on purpose, right? And it is to authorize US business to strike back. So if you break into my company and you steal my data, you might happen to be Chinese or Russian, we'll go after our data, we'll steal it back, and we just might do some damage while we're at it, right? So I will steal your data back, and I just might set your servers on fire while I'm at it, right? Active cyber defense. That is such a hot issue. We don't have it on the agenda, so I'm just going to toss it out there. But states are tremendously divided. I ask my students a very simple case. I say, would you steal your bike back, right? So if you steal my bike, and I go back to your house, I break a window, and I drag my bike out of your house, and I ride it back home, is that a good idea? Should I do it? Now, surprisingly, it depends on the geography where the students are coming from. I won't tell you which students say, like, yeah, that's the only way. The police will only demand to hand them some money for not to arrest you, right? So the answers differ. But the answer I am expecting from my students is, no, you don't steal your bike back. And I, at times, I'm glad to report, get that answer, don't steal your bike back. But then I follow up and I say, why not? Well, because that's why the police is there, right? Because we kind of live in the rule of law, we agreed on the social contract. So if someone steals your bike, you go to the police and they make sure that you're not lying and it's actually your bike and they just didn't buy the same or a very similar one that you, right? So we've agreed that this initial direct countermeasure might not always, there are exceptions, but the rule is that you don't steal your bike back. But this is also about active cyber defense. Should we go after the Russian or Chinese culprit that stole our data? Now, I'm going to leave you with that question, but there's an argument saying, how do you know for sure? How do you know that that's not just an excuse to go after a competitor, right? It could be a company of your competitor that you're claiming has conducted this. So it's a complete mess, active cyber defense. US is on the Active Cyber Defense Act with the ACDC Act pending. Europe is on the other side of that spectrum with the EU saying, no, 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 we're building resilience. That's the NIS directive. That's the whole cyber security strategy. We will be resilient and we will defend ourselves. We'll have a higher fence for the bike, right? Rather than going after someone who might steal it. But individual states, also in Europe, differ. Right? In Poland, we have two cyber armies. We have a civilian cyber army, and now we have a military cyber army. Germany has a 35,000 people thick cyber army, etc., etc. So active cyber defense is a really cool topic. As an international lawyer working on human rights, I'm completely against it. But states differ, right? And they make individual decisions, and you'll be the judge of whether that is right or wrong. Again, I'm going to stop here, but thank you for giving me the floor.
Yeah, great points. Fully agreed about cyber attacks. So it may be a great solution to avoid kinetic attacks. About the splinternet, I wasn't in fact referring to splinternet, and I believe that it's impossible in the case of terrorist activities because they don't have technical solutions to set up such an infrastructure which is necessary for splinternet to happen. But it would also make no sense from the terrorist viewpoint, from the propaganda viewpoint, because they want to be in places which are popular, to get recruits, to find the target audience. So creating a separate internet just for them would make no sense, like from the propaganda viewpoint. So instead, they're testing platforms which are much more robust for content takedowns, such as encrypted communication apps, as I mentioned, or the dark web, which was also mentioned. And they use a variety of solutions. I didn't have time to cover all of them. One of the solutions to avoid the DNS blocks is based on the modifications of the host file in the Windows operating system, which recently popped up on one of the Islamic State's websites on Tor. Or alternatively, you've seen the censored QR code, which is also quite useful in finding other websites without the necessity of using Google search engine or any other search engine that's necessary. So, just a comment. Thanks.
My comment, I would take it in a slightly different direction. Actually, go back to one of the points that Craig mentioned. I'm really surprised at how similar the issues of cyber terrorism and tech in China are, and how we should respond to them. Like at first there was the issue of, we should look behind the technological nature and also look at the humans and the institutions that run them. But the point that you mentioned on, the beautiful pictures of the caliphate is exactly the same that's happening with Chinese propaganda and disinfo. Exactly, they're either sharing news from United States media outlets that report negatively on the United States, but as a way to pretend neutral, or sending beautiful pictures showing how beautiful Xinjiang and Tibet and Taiwan are. Of course, Taiwan, China is. And I think the similarity, it highlights a really important point that is often overlooked, especially now that China and Russia are so hot. And that is that we need an actor-agnostic approach. So we shouldn't respond to China does X, Y, Z, what do we do about it? But we should really think of a comprehensive approach that covers all these different bases in our governance of the internet, in our governance of social media, and all of these different aspects. And the main example that I think of is the proposed ban on TikTok by Donald Trump, which was obviously a miss because they would just go to a different platform, and just shows we should not focus on TikTok's Chinese origin. No, we should focus on approaches that apply irrespective of where TikTok comes from or whether they use Facebook instead. And I think that actor agnostic, is something that we've probably unintentionally actually really highlighted in all the different things that we've discussed here.
Yeah, thanks. Adam, Craig, do you want to add something on it, or should we move on? Oh, okay.
I can add something. So on the splinternet side of things, so obviously China has fully embraced this. In fact, it never needed to splinter, right? As you indicated, it from the very early days of the adoption of internet-based technologies was very good. Had a lot of foresight in a lot of ways at preempting some of the potential for the internet to undermine broader government control, and so made sure to have all of that under its own hood and not open that up to more international forces. And of course, what we're seeing now is China looking to export that model. So there's no other country better than China that has better encapsulated the kind of idea of cyber sovereignty. We've mentioned ICANN, we've mentioned, well, we haven't mentioned, but of course there are a whole bunch of other international organizations, the ITU, IGF, etc., related to internet governance. And the newest one into the mix is the World Internet Conference, which has been around for a few years in China. It takes place in Wuzhen, a small kind of very pretty town. And as of a few days ago, it was kind of formally launched as the World Internet Conference, as a kind of competitor to broader international organizations. It's still very small, still very few members, but it's a model that's being exported. And as we mentioned, we've seen Russia experiment. I think it did a kind of almost like a speed test a couple of years ago, right, where they disconnected from the World Wide Web for, I don't know, a short period of time, 24 hours or whatever, just to see what would happen there. And we're already starting to see a whole bunch of other countries in the global south experiment with some of these models. So if you look at countries like Vietnam, if you look at Cambodia, if you look at a whole bunch of other South and Southeast Asian countries, and you look at their own cybersecurity laws, they're essentially copy and paste jobs from a large extent from the Chinese cybersecurity laws that have been published since 2016. And I think this is somewhere that China is making great inroads, actually, on the global stage, as a kind of champion of a more sovereignty-based approach, a kind of domestic context-based approach to internet governance, and one that is very appealing to a whole bunch of countries that, frankly, don't like to be lectured to on a variety of different issues that, of course, all touch on internet technologies.
Right, thank you so much. So this is the time when I want to ask whether the audience has got either a question or something that you would like to add from your side, or we shall continue here with the discussion. Right. In case you have any questions, just raise your hands, and that's all. So let me jump a bit because there is also some other thing that I can see was appearing. You were mentioning in different ways private sector, so Facebook, TikTok, all the apps. You were also talking about creditworthiness, so credit rating agencies as well, and rating agencies as well. So when it comes to the private sector and the data, I just want to know what's perhaps Dr. Kulesh's and your take on what should we do with this fine purpose scoring. So whether it is something that simply is existing, for instance, and with the creditworthiness and it's making our lives easier, or is it just making inequalities or certain divisions stronger, and this should be something that should be dealt with instead of dealing with some data analysis and social rating by the public authorities. So, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, Adam already mentioned, I think during his talk, how pervasive just simply scoring categorization is. But now we have access to a wide number of new tools to make that even more granular and even more advanced. Add a couple of layers of gamification in it to make it more compelling for people to join in. The way I see it is that digital convenience for citizens is also digital convenience for the state. For instance, if you in China, you upload your, or you apply for a permit, for instance, you upload some information that can immediately be transferred to a server for big data analysis. So what is convenient for you doing things online is also very convenient for the state. And of course, similar principles apply to the perspective of companies. The more you do digitally, the more companies can make use of that. And companies have very different interests from society. So for a company, it may be very interesting to use a financial credit score that is supposed to only be used in the financial domain when assessing whether you can take out a loan, to also assess whether you should get access to a certain job or a certain level of education, or whether you can rent an apartment. And actually, to some extent, the European regulations on AI do regulate such financial credit scores. But in general, there is a lot of ground, I think, to be made in that field, and I'm not an expert in it because I focus on social credit and not financial credit ratings. But I think my general sense is that there's not enough attention going into that direction because we're focused on a couple of the really fancy, wacky topics. And yeah, that more could be done in that area. I hope that somewhat answers your question still.
My name is Omi Konstancja Smolińska, and I'm an artist, I'm cellist. So my point of view is quite different. But I think as a human and as a citizen, as all of us, I want to feel safe, and we need it to grow, to feel good, to have it just. I think nowadays we have a lot of knowledge. I think we have over knowledge. We know so lot of things, and I think we need to be sure we are enough as we have a lot of this knowledge. We are same level of smart as well to use it. And when we are hearing about such ideas and such thing which is happening already about pointing citizens in China, which I saw because I was in China as well, and I feel it's quite. I wouldn't feel safe living this kind of situation. I think a lot of things which is why we are doing such things and we feel a need for it is because of relations. And relation is between people and between government with citizens. All of these things are relations. And I think we need to trust each other and believe in each other to, in first instance, as an accent of it, that we will grow, we can trust, and we will be better. So when I see it's working and there is some points, it's like people could feel that they haven't got access and possibilities, a lot of possibilities because of that. And they could just feel like imposter, not to be of it, and it could lead to imposter syndrome, for instance, yes. And so, if we not believe in people and not give them possibilities to do things, they can't do it, and they can't change. I'm a teacher as well, and I know that people are changing, and from day by day they know something they didn't yesterday, and they always changing. All of us can know everything. Just I don't know if we all know it, that almost every of us could be a genius, and it just depends on us what we are choosing. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone of the panelists would like to, of course, respond to that intervention?
Feedback. Thank you. Yes, trust. How could I forget? It's actually...
Let me just say that actually Chinese is working on expanding the trustworthiness. So see, it's like the same thing.
Yes,
it's a matter of how you understand trust.
We missed it. How could we have missed it? Thank you. It's actually in the EU cybersecurity agenda, building trust. See? Yes, exactly. I fully agree. But you might also want to think about the different facets of trust. I don't want to turn this discussion into politics, right? But like we talked about data, the safeguards are there to sort of make sure that trust isn't abused with... Again, the Polish political situation is challenging, and I'm not going there, but there are different regions in the world where the political situation is equally challenging, and data is getting collected, China included. So trust is a huge factor, and I strongly believe that it comes only through conversations. Again, the Human Rights International lawyer talking here, we need to talk more, and the answer to disinformation is more information. So absolutely, building capacities, law is helpful in a sense, right? We couldn't do without it, but it's all words. It is all about trust. It is about trusted entities. It's just a contract that we sign. So it's based on ideals and beliefs. And if we share them, we can move forward. So I just wanted to say thank you for putting trust on the discussion. And in the technical community, I'm not going back to internet governance, but in the technical community, that's the cornerstone of actually connecting the dots, right? So it's all built on trust. They really don't care about law. If you're a lawyer, they're like, forget it. It's all about the trust and the technical expertise and the connection. So I just wanted to say thank you. Great, thank you. That's all I had.
Just a quick follow-up. As once Vladimir Lenin said, control is the highest manifestation, the greatest manifestation of trust. So, we can trust, but there is always control. And great point about the thing related to being geniuses. That's pretty common among scholars too. Frequently we think that we know everything and we don't. So that's the reason we should discuss, and that's the reason this panel is so important. Thanks.
Right, anyone else want to share their view on it? Okay, so let me make some conclusions. But oh, okay.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. So this is the question to Professor Lacombe and maybe to Professor Whiteside. I'm just wondering, Professor Lacombe was telling that this strategy with takedowns when it comes to Islamic State websites, it doesn't really work. But I'm just wondering if there's any kind of program where we are creating or the government of the Western countries, some intelligence is providing and creating the content which is actually misleading the receivers of this potential information, or making or discredit completely this Islamic State leaders, like, I don't know, making something like Rainbow Islam website, something like this.
Great question. Yeah, it exists. First of all, there are activities of some non-state stakeholders, CV stakeholders, such as the Anonymous. Back in 2014, 15, 16, they hacked Twitter profiles of the Islamic State and they ridiculed their propaganda. This way they posted, I will not discuss what they posted, but this was kind of ridiculing for their narrative. Secondly, we have counter-messaging, counter-narrative programs, especially in the US and in Western Europe, but they don't really work. Because, if you receive messages from the government, you don't really believe the government. So they are more or less useless, according to the research I know. But there is also a third point. There are websites called honeypots. Honeypots which look like terrorist websites, but they are or created, hosted by law enforcement. That try to follow the activity, follow the Salafi jihadist chatter, and just identify individuals that are active on the website. And to my knowledge, the Alu Tawhid publication case that I mentioned in my presentation, it was solved this way. So there was an FBI agent who followed the activities of the leader of the group. He was in direct contact with the guy. He lived in Nashville. He was a U.S. citizen convert to Islam. And they managed to identify him because they kind of followed his activities and they cooperated with him in a certain manner.
I'll just add to that. It's a great question. This is a discussion about what works. The Islamic State was on Twitter famously in 2013, and they're not anymore. So, and you could call it that. And Twitter works to take these things down. They migrate somewhere else, but it goes back to a point that Dr. Lacombe made, which is they want to be on Twitter. They're never going to be on Twitter and they're not even, well, so they're relegated to the further outer, and that's probably as good as we're going to do. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that there is a lot of effort that goes into this. It does maybe 80%. It's an 80% solution, if that helps. Interestingly, by your question though, it's not governments that are leading the charge. It is the internet companies. It's private companies. So if you feel comfortable about Google collecting all the data, which was half of our panel, the other half is the same people who can do that are actually very proficient at what they call hashing. They'll share with each other. Google will share it with it's not competitors, but it's sister, internet companies, social media companies. This is what the Islamic State's using this week to kind of try to get onto the more mainstream. And so they work together with very loose cooperation with the government. They're actually the lead. But that's probably not ideal. That's not what we would maybe want. Joanna might not think that's a great idea. But it's almost the environment that we're in now, that the fastest, most mobile, and the most knowledgeable counteractors to this kind of problem are the internet companies that they're being used to host content, and the governments are so slow they just kind of have ceded this space to that. So there's a danger there too. You can see it. I won't elaborate on it, but it's where we're at now, and it's probably as good as we're going to get. They work really hard to do it. They don't get a financial incentive out of it. Governments have threatened them that if they didn't do a better job, that might be their motive, is to keep the governments out of over-regulating these spaces. But that's kind of where we're at.
Just to follow up, great point, Craig. There is a global internet forum to counter terrorism in the US, which was created like in 2016, if I recall right, by Google, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, right? It's expanded. Yeah, it has expanded, and it's one of the best non-state initiatives which helped a lot in curbing terrorist content on the internet. Alternatively, in the UK, there is a Tech Against Terrorism. These guys are following closely what are terrorists doing on the internet, and they are, to my knowledge, they're doing most of the reporting on terrorist websites, which are subsequently taken down. So great job.
Right. Any other questions from the audience? All right. So let me ask you one question that I simply have to ask you because of the main theme of the conference, which is about exactly the cooperation between academia and between policymakers. Because as much as I am a huge fan of optimism and energy of Dr. Kulesh, like I really am, I must say, I can kind of sum up everything by saying that law, from what was said today, law is slow and law is not enough. Active cyber defense is a mess. Terrorists are freedom fighters for some, so it's very difficult to kind of be very specific about it. There are also very different different interests of the private companies or the private sector, the public sector. So taking all of this into consideration, what I want to ask you, and taking all of these problems into consideration, how do you see the cooperation between researchers and academia and policymaking? And as I know that some of you are kind of cooperating with the policymakers, let me ask you for your very genuine opinion about is it enough, or is there something to be done to actually make it better, the cooperation between researchers who really know the topic, between the academia and between the policy making? Because these issues are difficult, it will always be difficult to tackle them, but maybe there is something to be done. Like maybe if we have a better cooperation between researchers such as Craig and Professor Lacombe, maybe we would not be lagging behind as much, because you say that we're always a few steps behind, right? So that's the question I want to ask you also in terms of social rating and data and all of that. So if you could just one by one, this is very interesting to me and would kind of very well relate to the entire event, I would say.
There's one thing that I've been pondering for a while, and so I work with policymakers a lot. And one of the things that I've noticed, especially during the Russia-Ukraine war, or Russians' war of aggression on Ukraine, what we really notice is that simply policymakers don't have the time to think about anything. And so perhaps the question is not, do we cooperate enough with policymakers? Because yes, we cooperate a lot with policymakers, but do policymakers have the capability to actually act on the knowledge that we give to them? And that is actually where I am perhaps more skeptical than on the question of, do we work enough together with them? Because at least my organization, this is literally what we do. But we just noticed that there just isn't the capability really to follow up on any of it in a meaningful way. Or that, you know, if we write a report of 5,000 words, it's peanuts in academic terms. But for like a policymaker, that's as if they have to read like 5 books in one night. That's almost how it sometimes feels like. So perhaps it's like a resource constraint on the policymakers' end, and therefore also something to consider when you go to the voting boards, I think, in the coming years.
So great point about the awareness of political elites. So from my experience, it got much better in recent years when it comes to cooperating with policymakers on the when it comes to countering violent extremism or counterterrorism, especially on the European Union level. There are a variety of different initiatives. Recently, there was a European Commission's network on radicalization created, which does a great job on bringing together policymakers and scholars specialized in this field. So it looks great on the European level. From what I know, it also looks kind of okay in the United Kingdom. But as for Poland, not so much. Not so much. It may look good when it comes to individual relations between scholars, the scientific community, and individual institutions like, I don't know, law enforcement or some lower level governmental institutions, but not with the policymakers, that decision makers that are crucial to create Polish counter-terrorist policy.
Great, thank you. I'm going to follow up on what Vincent said. I'm going to argue or agree with you that policymakers are politicians, and politicians do listen to their voters. You could even go as far as to say that they just follow the polls, depending on what the people want. So my answer would actually be contained in this slide, this poster we have. It is science, both in terms of research that we've been discussing, but also in terms of education that we've heard so much about throughout the day today. And through science, that is both research and education, we can build or support informed voters. That's what academia does. We train the next generation, we talk to them, we teach them, we tell them what privacy is, security, terrorism, counter, etc., etc. So I would strongly argue it starts at the universities, like the 7 that we have here in the room or in the building today. And when we do manage to support the voters to make informed decisions, that will directly impact the policy results that we're looking for. So I'm going to be very optimistic and say that it is down to the 7 universities to make informed voters, to make good decisions for good politicians who will make good policy. Yeah, I can't drop it, I'm sorry. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Oh, and Craig, I must say that I'm very much interested about the US perspective on that. So please do share some views.
Yeah, well, I'll be careful, and you know, I agree. What I try to teach my students, who are military officers, and they're professionals, so they've done stuff, and they sometimes have a frustration about policymakers as well, like making the decisions, or, you know, hey, you're going to be in Afghanistan for 20 years. Okay, now you're out today, right? And they get frustrated what I try to remind them is to be empathetic towards policymakers, and that's very hard for them, and it's hard for us too, because if you're an expert on what you're an expert on, Vincent, they should be listening, and they don't always do that, and that can be frustrating for us. It can be frustrating for our students as well, who feel like there's a right answer, but they're not getting it. This came up, I mentioned it on repatriation, right? So all people who've gone to Syria to join the caliphate mistakenly, quite most of the time mistakenly, but not completely nefarious. Certainly there are a bunch of nefarious actors there, but there are states who will not take them back. Now that makes everyone's problem worse. It would, along the lines of the theme of this conference, if we all work together to solve common problems, whether it's climate change or terrorism, the solutions are there, right? But certain states, it's very politically untenable to bring people back to the society that they left and supposedly burned passports to and didn't, declared an allegiance to another state. It's hard now to forgive them as a society, and it's hard for policymakers or politicians in this case, to sell that to their population. And as hard as it is for me to watch this problem propagate itself, because those people in those camps in Syria that have been abandoned are tomorrow's problem. Right, they're clearly tomorrow's problem, and their children will be tomorrow's problem, unfortunately. But we have to have some understanding that we're talking about politics, and that is what's going to rule the day. Maybe not science, and maybe not wisdom, but and then just keep trying. I guess that's the final thing: is you keep trying to help policymakers make better decisions.
Thanks. Not really sure what to add to all of that. I think that there's an onus on both sides, certainly. I think amongst policymakers or business decision makers, I spend a lot of time working with corporate clients. I think that there needs to be a focus still on the kind of empirical nature of engaging with proper research. I think that it's quite easy, certainly in the context of China and everything else we've been talking about, to fall into certain tropes and kind of lazy analyses that tick certain boxes and ring certain bells, but aren't particularly useful units through which or lenses through which to understand what's actually happening. At the same time, from the academic side, there's obviously an onus, as Vincent implied, to make sure that what we're doing is relevant and communicated in a particular way. Empiricism is one thing, something that's actually quite hard to attain at the moment with lack of access, particularly in the Chinese context, lack of ability to do proper field work. We're very much kind of hampered by only working with open source materials. But making sure that whatever findings we do generate are communicated in a way that is succinct enough to be helpful to those that are having to make real world decisions.
Thank you so much, and once again, thank you so much for all of your speeches, for all of your time, and for all of your input. I do believe that this was a very important discussion, and I thank for the optimism as well, because otherwise I'm like, my mood would be so gloomy if it wasn't for you, like, after this session. So I think we must always invite you, like, Yeah, so let me just ask you whether, because I hope this discussion will continue and the conversations will continue, but our time here is limited. So let me not make the last session longer. So just one last question. Does any one of you would like to add something and share some last thoughts with us? No? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Knight, Craig Whiteside, Joanna Kulesza, Miron Lacome, Vincent Brisset, and Emily Schweinoch moderating. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the rivers, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this corner where the big boys play.